Aha. Okay, that seems to work. Good day. Now I still need to check on the chat window. I haven't done this in a year, I think. We are talking today about core values of different religions or faiths or philosophy. And sadly, the Jew in the round has Shabbat, so he can't talk until sundown. So we'll do it with him in another time. With me, I have Crazy Philosopher.
Hello.
And Cyrek.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we can cover everything from Christianity, Nordic stuff, and a bit of Buddhism.
You say a bit. I've been practicing it for almost 12 years now.
I've been Soto Zen meditating since I was 14 without knowing that's what I figured out doing.
But I always have a hard time remembering the terms and the arguments because I just started practice before knowing the philosophy. So for me, it's knowledge I intimately know, but just hard to express because I learned the intellectual stuff after the practice.
Mm-hmm. And I'm still setting up the thing because I wasn't sure if it's the right URL for the Discord. No, for OBS. Well, right now I have a big white field over there. My browser is super slow. It's also a hot day, so maybe that excuses something.
What browser are you using?
Currently, Opera, because Brave keeps breaking down more often than Opera does.
Okay.
I see.
Chromium has issues.
Okay, now I know that. Okay, now I know what is different about the URL between the dashboard and the live thing, and it's really just whether it has studio in front of it or www. Well, that makes things easier for the future. So, where is the chat? That should be the chat. That's not the chat. That's the chat. All right. Sorry for the slow start. There we go. Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Very, very beautiful.
And whenever somebody says beautiful, it just reminds me of the scene of Bayonetta 2.
Good. I think that's how I acquired it.
Where Rodin just goes beautiful.
See, I have a different thought whenever I hear beautiful. It is beautiful.
Be out
because of
B-E-A-U. What?
It's Jim Carrey spelling out beautiful.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. What the hell was that?
I don't know.
No, something popped up when I was pasting the thing. I think I accidentally hit a meme channel. Beautiful Discord. We need better software for this nonsense. It's just the easily hack together thing. So sorry for the babbling. Yeah, what I would like to talk about, especially in light of James Lindsay's recent works. I don't know how familiar you are with that. Cyrek?
His recent stuff, not so much. Generally, I'm aware of his stuff, but not too much of the recent stuff.
Yeah, I haven't watched most of his recent stuff. I've been delving into different books of my own to help me,
Mm-hmm.
and I just haven't seen anything of his yet that in like the past 6 months.
Ah. Well, James Lindsay has gone down the rabbit hole of wanting to know where all the madness of more or less the socialist religion comes from, how that is informed. And most people can trace it back to Hegel, but stop there. And he's gone all the way down to Plato and Heraclit, and then further into weird Egyptian stuff or informed stuff from that, and ended up with Gnosticism, Hermeticism, which is not all Gnosticism is the same, but the stuff that informs socialism is basically the bad one. You can, if you want to, put or categorize Taoism, certain types of Zen in that general direction, but the core.
Can you give me a rundown on the Gnosticism?
Okay,
Just how
the Hermetic Gnosticism is basically the belief that there is the ultimate creator God cut itself in half, the other half shattered into a million pieces, and that formed the material world. And then you have different branches going off on that interpretation, on what that means.
I really thought the Gnostics died out whenever they were deemed heretical.
Oh no!
The rise of the Christian Church.
Oh no!
Because there were Gnostic Christians, and they thought that God had split himself into 3 separate persons. Whenever no, there are 3 consciousness that exist in one being.
No, the Gnostics never died out. They just keep switching around because they act like you could say, that is the actual secret society stuff. And it acts like a secret cult that latches onto other things, including science. It always latches onto what is currently the power structure. So back in the day, it was the church. So it latched onto that. That's why you got Gnosticism in the Catholic Church, the big heresies. And, well, we now live in a time where Gnosticism has latched onto science since the Enlightenment. That's been the leading school of thought that has replaced religion. Because, well, to put it bluntly, God was killed, nothing replaced him, and Gnosticism thought, hey, I'll do that, but I won't reveal myself as what I actually believe. I will just put my claws into everything and pull the strings. And that's how we get that's how we get scientism, where science is when religious people say, oh, science is just a new religion. That's what's actually happening. That's not science. Because science is spurred by doubt, not by the claim to know something. Like when certain politicians or their cronies said, I am the science. That's bullshit.
I mean, the perfect example is belief in the science. Science is not something you should believe in. It's something you should, trust that it's true.
Exactly. Science is the one thing that is run by doubt. And while there are certain belief systems or philosophies, like Zen Buddhism, for example, that sees doubt as one of the things to overcome, although that is probably in a specific context. Doubt is what fuels science, because it questions reality, it questions itself, and thereby reflects upon itself and the world, and what it, you could say, believes about the world in the hypotheses and theories it comes up with, and seeks to continuously improve in order to map out the world and its mechanics. And if you want to look at that from an honest religious perspective, you could say in order to map out the mechanics of creation.
Also, the reason why I asked is because I hear a lot about Gnosticism, but I rarely ever hear the axioms of it. So a lot of people struggle to explain the axiom
Yeah,
to me.
and that's what I've. So I very much recommend James Lindsay's talks about that. He made 6 core talks in recent months at a conference that lay out most of that. Because I don't, off the top of my head, can't give you the podcast numbers that were especially insightful on that. Because he's going through all of that thing, and he explains the corpus hermeticum, where most of this comes from, where Hermes or his Egyptian predecessor Thoth or Tod or however you pronounce him, which is by the way interesting because Tod is also the German word for death, and Tod is the god of, well, not death exactly, but he's related in the domain. He's the one who puts your weighs your heart against a feather to determine whether you go into paradise or get utterly destroyed forever. In Egyptian mythology, and in the Corpus Hermeticum, it is allegedly Tod or Hermes, who gives the knowledge of what the universe truly is and how God truly works to the reader. And that the claim of that is, that's why it's gnosis, knowledge, to know. So it's not belief. It's not actually belief. The thing is that Gnostics do not actually believe the way a religious person believes, and they don't doubt the way a scientist doubts. A Gnostic believes to know. So he's not aware that he's believing, but he is the you could say the religious fanatics who insists that he knows what everything is, how everything works, despite nonsense. These
Basically,
are the people
convinced of the belief that it borders to being unaware that it's a belief.
Yeah. Basically, it just slipped my mind. Oh yeah, but the people who have who go through psychosis and believe God spoke to them in person, like with a verbal voice they could hear, or with an image in front of them, like a personification, or as James Lindsay put it, that God talked through your shower head to you and gave you insight and knowledge and told you to set a house on fire or something. Which, if you look at it religiously, I would say that's rather what a demon would say. If you believe in these things, then it's more likely that a demon will tell you that, oh, I am God, I'm totally an angel, totally trust me what I tell you. Because the strange thing is as well that these types of visions always seem to happen to emotionally immature people, narcissists, people who want attention, and I don't even know of an instance where distinguished, mature, scholarly people have that. And I know I'm going. This is because this is such a wide field, and there's so much ground to cover just to get a basic understanding. The Gnostic belief is that the God that Christians believe in is not the actual creator God, but you could say a jailer demon that holds humans or human souls imprisoned in the material world. So the material world is a lie, and we're just kept in here to worship this narcissistic thing that's in the way between us and the actual God, while drawing all the attention. It's a very, very blunt way to put it, and probably not the most precise, but it's basically what's going on. And what, funnily enough, one of the last story arcs in World of Warcraft was, if anyone played that still. I went out in Wrath of the Lich King.
I played it, I think, a couple of hours soon after the Blood Elves came out, and a couple of years before that. So I've only about played 10 hours of pure WoW. And I played the Blood Elves. And I played the Blood Elves when they came out because they're like, well, they are hot. I want a female Blood Elf.
That's why they gave him to the Horde.
I stopped playing around Warlords of Draenor, and then Classic came out. Started playing Classic again because I enjoyed Classic more, and then the whole Hong Kong situation happened, and I haven't touched anything from Blizzard since.
The morally right choice, I would say.
Well, I'm very weak to Diablo, as we've discussed.
Yeah, before.
But also I have a question for Wiz, because, excuse me for citing Wikipedia, but I was curious if that is accurate. Like, a gnosis refers to knowledge based on personal experience or perception. In religious context, gnosis is mystical or esoteric knowledge based on direct participation with the divine. Do you think that's an accurate statement?
Pretty much. It's why you get a lot of
because
phenomenology, alchemy, and that in there. And where you have the subjectivism is also very strong in that.
Yeah, the reason why I asked is because it seems accurate, and it heavily correlates with the my truth kind of thing.
Yeah, that's in it. That's largely in it, because they're also part of this belief system, if you will, is that Gnostics believe that if you just believe in your reality strong enough, that you can change it. So if you really wish that something happens, or that an item appears before you, that happens. And I know esoteric people that do believe that. They wanted to sell this to me. And there's apparently one of the new esoteric scams going around that's writing books about how to actually pull that off right now in German. I forgot the name though.
If you look for a sign hard enough, everything becomes a sign.
That as well. But they really believe that they can create material things with their minds. I'm not kidding you.
All right, interesting.
What?
They just need to believe it strong enough. These are the same people who, in the 90s and 2000s, believed they could channel angels, talk to angels. Now they're talking to aliens. And they believe that those aliens are beneficial to us and just want to help us and reveal to us the mental tricks of how we can satisfy our needs. So if we want to have an item, then if we just wish for that hard enough with our minds, then we can get that, we can create that. If we want something to happen, like someone to like us, if we just wish with it hard enough with our minds, that will happen. Like, what does that sound to you? What do you think a benevolent alien or an angel would tell you something like that?
It sounds like a 3-year-old kid believing that if they believe hard enough, it's gonna happen.
Yeah, that's number one. Number two is assuming there would be magic. Sorry if that sounds insulting, but I'm lacking words here. But if you think there's magical entities out there between heaven and hell, or whatever you believe in, do you think it is the good ones that are gonna tell you, hey, if you wish for something hard enough and you can control the minds of other people, if you do this and that, is that an angel talking to you?
No.
Sorry, what do you think? I stunned you. Okay.
No. I whenever people say that they talk to angels, I have a huge doubt because, one, we are told in the Bible to challenge spirits. We are told to challenge.
You're told to be to you. Wait. You are in the Bible told to doubt.
Yes.
Oh my God.
We are told to challenge the spirits that come and interact with us. Because if they're not able to basically relay a message that would be from God, then you know that spirit is one of Satan.
I mean,
It's one of the adversary.
there is I forgot which part of the Bible is this, but the text where God goes to meet Abraham and his wife, who haven't had a child in a long time, and the entire thing is the wife very much doubts that it's God, but it's not portrayed as him then destroying her or anything. It's more, well, at least to me, it almost reads a little bit like a sitcom, because it's just very entertaining to read, because it's not taking as a horrible crime of her to doubt. It's more seen as natural, and then God proves that he is who he claims to be, and she immediately goes like, well, rescinds her doubt.
Yep, and that's why also the sacrifice of Isaac is instrumental to the faith, is because Abraham goes up the mountain because he's like, God told me to do this. God gave me a miraculous birth. He took my barren wife and provided a child for us. So if he tells me to sacrifice my son, who am I to doubt that he can raise my son from the dead? It's you already have this miraculous thing that happened. God can show him something else miraculous. It's just seeing how much faith Abraham had.
Yeah, God stopped him then, didn't he?
Yes.
Also, on a technical level, if you go with the historic context, simply as Jesus having been a Jew, his entire teaching is a certain doubt and critique of Judaism of the time. So, and a lot of I forgot the English words. A lot of the books about Jesus himself in the newer part of the Bible.
The Gospels?
Matthew,
Yes,
Mark,
exactly.
Luke, and
Thank you.
John.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of doubt in there, and it's not bad to doubt. I mean, Jesus was tested.
That's why
Stuff like
I
that.
was
So I was-
always confused when I heard of Christian preachers talking about having to have unshattering faith, like blind faith. Blind faith is what destroys everything in my experience, and it is rather close to gnosis instead. Because blind
Yeah, no.
faith believes to know.
Also,
We
well,
are
belief
told question.
doesn't feed you.
Okay,
We are
Cyrus?
Stuff
told
like
to doubt.
Mm-hmm.
And Christians that don't have doubts whatsoever are really pushing a line, because everybody goes through doubts and faith. Everyone. If you don't, that's something weird on you.
Yeah, then you're going into a wrong direction.
Yep.
That's something interesting. I've mainly read Zen Buddhist writings, mainly Kurosawaki and Taisen Deshimaru Roshi, so far. I don't know if those names ring a bell with you, Crazy.
No, I'm not too familiar with Zen, to be honest. I'm more familiar with the Tibetan schools.
Okay.
And the ones I've read the most is is Tenzin Wangyal Rinpoche and Sogyal Rinpoche.
Okay. Cool. We can exchange that later, because that's kind of the topic. So what I read from mainly those two is a very clear and a very fine line in that what we just talked about is basically, once you run into something like that, like these tempting things, when you have visions that tell you shit, that's you being misled by your ego, and which is something that was my interpretation before I read the Zen Buddhists, that you can also interpret the demon that pretends to be an angel or alien, that tells you something of how you can have something if you are just if you believe to have magical powers, or to manipulate people and just take what you want, because it has told you that you are the chosen one, and therefore you can, it's your right to do it, or it's necessary, that you deserve it, or that you need it in order to fulfill your magical role. That is just your ego speaking to you. So it's just your the immature self deep inside of you, or in the case of a narcissist, everything that makes the person, because nothing else has developed so far. And the ego is the overwhelming force in the self. That's just the echo of the ego that you hear, that tells you this childish wish fulfillment. And when I read, there's a very good book by like most of it, by Taisen Deshimaru Roshi, called Concentration, with the pun of Zen being part of the word concentration. Originally written in French. I have the German translation, and since he's originally Japanese, this is basically gone through two translations in a way, even though he wrote it in French. The problem is, some of the parts I thought, are you lacking words? Are you lacking words for the concept in Japanese, in French, or what did the translator mess up? Because there are some sentences that are just bad, and some typos in there, especially at the end, that make me think the translators just wanted to get the book done quickly. It's of course detrimental to comprehension. And the main outline is that what you read in Zen Buddhism and what you read in Gnosticism is very, very close together. The line between the two is basically that all the idea, if you have a narcissistic mind, if you have a narcissistic personality disorder, that means you are incapable of doing certain cognitive and emotional operations in your brain. Like empathy is missing, like certain higher concepts of thought you just can't do. You can't even imagine what they would be like, because they're faculties you have not unlocked. It's like you have a skill tree in a video game, and the further skills are not just with our tooltips. You don't even know that they are there. That there is more content there to be unlocked. And if you read Zen Buddhism, for example, with that narcissistic mind, the Gnostic interpretation is a logical consequence of that. And I want to go over these books again once I'm through with the batch I have right now, and get those basic concepts out of that, and put the Gnostic interpretation next to that, and I'm pretty sure you will see how an immature mind, like a child's mind, would make would derive the Gnostic interpretations from it, because it can't understand these higher concepts. Like Gnosticism in the end is about it wants to, it sees the material world as a prison. Buddhism seeks nirvana, and tries to help the individual to get there. Nirvana can be interpreted as the end of being, including with the ego, with the soul. The end of reincarnation is the end of one suffering, but also it is the recombination is the wrong word. You re-enter the great divine beyond, the all that is everything, where creation comes from. And the Gnostic interpretation of that is a bit different, because it doesn't look at this in an altruistic fashion as Buddhism does. It looks at it from an egotistical standpoint, where it is all about me. The Buddhist interpretation, which is also in line with the Taoist, they have connections to each other, is that since God split itself in half, and we are part of these millions and millions of pieces with drives attached to them, like to get away and to return back, to bring those experiences back, so that God can get to know itself. It's a process of reflection. The Gnostic interprets from that. Wait. So let me start over. The Buddhist, and I think in the Christian sense there is something to that too, that we have this divine spark in us, and that is how we have good in us, and how we can find our way to that divine. While the Gnostic, yeah.
Just as an addition, in my Buddhist masters often use the way to express it is the divinity within us is that the sun does always shine, but it may be hidden behind clouds.
Ah, nice.
So the process then of a Buddhist is to remove the clouds, manage to make the sun shine brightly again. Even it's always been shining, you just weren't seeing it.
So what the Gnostic derives from that, so we take the same premises. What the Gnostic, the egoist, the narcissist derives from that. Oh, I have the divine in me, so I have a part of God in me, and God is everything. Every part is also God. So that means I am God. Therefore, you can guess what the rest is that a narcissist thinks when he believes he is God. He can do what he wants. He is not bound to anything. All the material world is just an illusion anyway, which you can find in Buddhism as well, and but with for different reasons. And because the material world isn't real, it's just a creation of spirit, of our imagination, which you also find in Zen Buddhism. Therefore, you're not bound to its rules, and you can remake it. This is why the social justice people believe that if they just believe something hard enough collectively, they can change history and the present. That the world, that reality changes if they just all claim that it changed. If they just all believe that something happened, then it happened. This is why they love to lie about history. And why they believe that their communism will magically work somehow.
Can I give some additions?
Of course, that's what we're here for. I'm sorry for monologuing so much.
As in, it may, as I said, not too familiar in Zen Buddhism, but the one I'm familiar with is that the reason why in the Buddhism I'm familiar with, people can interpret it as there not being a reality, it's just imagination, is because Buddha teaches that there's nothing of permanence. And we then construct a permanence for ourselves, which we then claim is a thing, and that is the illusion that we think that there are permanent things.
Yeah.
There is something that exists outside of us, but there's nothing that is permanent, in the sense everything is changing, everything is always moving along, dying, coming into life, coming in existence, coming out of existence.
Yeah,
Same is with the ego. We constantly change. There's nothing about us that always stays the same. And we then construct the ego out of things that we think are permanent. Like, for example, you think of yourself, my hobbies are X, Y, Z, but 2 years later it could be that's not your hobby anymore. Stuff like that. So there's nothing permanent.
What is whole breaks, and what breaks turns into something else.
Exactly. So the illusion of quote unquote reality is that they are permanent things, when in fact they aren't. There's a reality that exists according to Buddhism that I know, but it's just so non-permanent that we construct an illusion of permanence out of it.
Yeah, the permanence being the illusion. That is a good way to put it. I'd say if there is something permanent, it would be the closest thing
Nirvana.
to it would. No. Well, nirvana is
I
the
was,
end of being, and
I know, I know.
that's something I have my troubles with because if
I know.
look if I ever got called a bodhisattva by someone, got the sanctification, I would say I don't even want to go to nirvana. Like fuck that. First, there are people here to help. Secondly, what's the fun in that?
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, that's a bodhisattva. Bodhisattva chooses to be reborn so he can help others
Yeah, well,
to
there are
achieve nirvana.
yeah, but there are those that go into nirvana. There are those that can but don't. There are those that can and do. Uh, all the stuff around, but yeah, mainly it's the ones that keep that stay here because like you achieve a level of altruism in your mind naturally through practice that you think like why the hell would I abandon everyone?
Yeah, and I was I wanted to give these contexts because a lot of concepts in Buddhism are very, very thick.
Yeah.
They are very thought through, very complicated, and sometimes very different from how we in the West grew up with similar concepts. So
Yeah. And by the way, this is yet another thing that the Gnostic interprets wrong. And man, this is I need to make that list. It's going to be a lot of work. I wonder if James Lindsay has gone through that. I don't know if he I don't think he went through this part exactly, but he seems to be familiar with some Eastern mythology, philosophy, esotericism through his martial arts. Because let's first get to you mentioned the illusion of permanence, which would be the reality. What did I say that what I think is the closest to permanence would be the mechanics, the rules, the laws of reality, of physics, of how everything works, because those seem relatively stable from how far we can look, how far we can look so far. It's just a thought that hit me. But the core, the relevant word is, and the German one is very helpful with that, is Wechselwirkung. You may know what that means. I've just looked it up because I'm looking for something, a useful translation. There would be interdependence, interplay, interrelationship, mutual reaction, reciprocal effect. You get the idea. Because there's a difference between how the four elements work in the Western belief, like where you have this naturalistic or alchemical belief in the elements, where fire and water are opposites, and earth and air are opposites, and they just basically cancel each other out. While in Eastern beliefs, you have 5 elements that are water, fire, earth, wood, and metal. And there's no canceling out each other. It's rather that every element has interrelationships, interplay with the others. Like an element is strengthened by another, strengthens another, is weakened by another, and weakens another. So that says every element is thereby connected to all other 4. You may find this yeah.
As a bit of a context, in the Buddhist school, Zen Buddhism, that I practice, there are also 5 elements, but they are different 5s. They are earth, water, fire, air, and emptiness. And they also have a symbiosis between each other. They also are assigned different energies, emotions, virtues, and vices. but
Mhm.
also, as you said, they are not canceling each other. We need all five of them in harmony and to work together and to strengthen each other for us to exist.
Yeah.
And the explanation, like just as a quick explanation, one of the way to explain the human body with these five is that Earth is made our bones, our flesh, our hard stuff. Then the water is the liquid,
Mhm.
blood, water, pee, everything. The fire is the energy, the warmth that we have. The air is the breath,
Mhm.
the which interchanges with all the other ones as well, because we need breath for the fire and etc. And then the emptiness or the space is the space that is needed by these other four elements in order for them to intermingle and exist.
Mhm.
So that's the five elements in the Burn Buddhism.
Mhm.
I'm not very familiar with the five
Yeah, the five I know is that's another part where Eastern medicine is based upon the traditional medicine, and it's probably a similar concept, but that the different organs are associated with the elements. Like um, fire is associated with the heart, and the lungs are metal, which you could say is the equivalent to air in that context.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and was it? I had the list. I had a good
Yeah,
list here.
it's similar with the organs. It's also we have in Burn Buddhism, the human body is said to have five main
Yeah,
chakras,
yeah,
and each of the five chakras is associated with one of the elements.
yeah. What I wanted to why I bring this up is because that the traditional um, Chinese medicine, the good part about it, the good ideas about it, is that all these since the elements affect each other. Reality, you could say reality comes to be through the interactions of these things, um, and the associated organs also affect each other. Like when your heart weakens, that means that in turn your lungs get weakened or your kidneys get weakened, depending on how it is affected. Because like when your I think it's the left side of the heart gets weakened, then the lung cycle is weakened and you have trouble moving the water out of the lung. And and so on. So these they looked at what parts of the body interact with which and associated them to the elemental pentagon, if you will. It's also, by the way, interesting if you put this form in a circle. You have the strengthening circle. That's also how the elements strengthen each other. That's a circle, and the way that the elements weaken each other is in the shape of a star, like a pentagram. This is just
In
a neat little detail.
in Burn Buddhism, they usually use the swastika
Mm-hmm.
for the five elements.
Oh,
What you eat.
how is emptiness displayed?
It's usually the square in the middle, like where the four arms join in. That
Ah,
part is usually the white. It's usually portrayed in white, which is the color of emptiness or space.
interesting,
So it's connecting the four arms together.
interesting. Um, all right, for better understanding, because the concept of the element of emptiness, which isn't in Zen Buddhism, it isn't its own element. It is the thing that it is rather more the thing that you try to attune your mind to, or bring your mind to this emptiness, to see that there is only emptiness, that everything is an illusion. But in two simple terms.
It's also used that way in Burn Buddhism.
Mm-hmm.
So Burn Buddhism has kind of this dual part with the elements, where emptiness in one sense is the element emptiness, but also that used in that way
Yeah,
as emptiness within you.
and what makes this so hard to understand, and I believe they choose the description for emptiness deliberately, because emptiness at the same time is spirit. So it is while it isn't. It's this contradictory thing in a way. Because spirit has no substance in that sense. It's also nothing. And
It's also sometimes called the bardo body.
yeah. And if they would just say everything is spirit, then I think most people would misinterpret that so quickly that you get a lot of bullshit happening.
Yeah, yeah, because it's a very different concept.
Yeah. It's why I think that's why they chose the terminology for emptiness or void on, well, nothingness.
Also, it's sometimes said that you need that emptiness for something to exist.
Yeah, because what it is, the thing that emptiness is also infinite potential,
Yes.
which is where we get into the Christian creation myth. Cyrek, are you still with us?
Yeah. Still here.
A lot of Buddhism talk.
Yeah. But when
Still looking into Buddhism.
yeah,
It's brought up in a book that I'm currently reading called Return to the God Hypothesis.
okay. Is that by this
And-
this Hanoverian monk that you found?
No. No, the one that book, which is called The Conflict of Christianity Christianity and Heathenism, is from a Lutheran.
Ah. Oh, right, that was Osnabrück and not Hanover.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's
Fun fact.
Ulhorn. Ulhorn is the one that I'm reading about with that.
Okay. What is the current
But,
book about?
The current one, let me go grab it off the bookshelf real quick.
Fun fact to also bridge the gap to Christianity a bit. Quite a few masters that I read talk to consider Jesus to be a bodhisattva.
It fits
So-
well, yeah. Yeah, he fits
Somebody
the term
reborn.
completely.
Somebody reborn to help people achieve enlightenment and fulfillment.
A lot of his preaching also fits very well with Buddhist ideas, and
Yes.
but to go into the he was actually a Buddhist storyline,
I think it's too far.
yeah. I mean, you can try to make the argument. There is enough stuff
Similarity.
there for that. Also enough gaps for that. But I don't think it is a necessary thing, and there's no necessity for this claim for ownership or something. Especially Buddhism doesn't have that.
No, I just find it interesting because they say consider Jesus a bodhisattva, not to claim him as a Buddhist, but rather to claim that Christianity is as valuable as Buddhism.
Yes.
I'm back.
Hello, and that is also why I read this in a lot of Zen books. One I am reading by Hugo Enomiya Lassalle, who is was a Jesuit missionary to Japan, and he looked very deep into Zen Buddhism, and brought Zen back to Europe, well, mainly France at first, because he's French, and introduced it into Catholicism, as a thing parallel to prayer, and mapped out the differences between Catholic prayer and Zazen, which and also sees it as not incompatible, but rather as an addition. It just the path to the divine is just different. The
It's
interaction
very
with it.
I like the way a Jewish mysticist once phrased it, and is every camel seeks its way through the desert, but all of them walk the same path.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's I'd say that is the good side of mysticism. That's where you can. There's a joke with if you have 2 rooms. I made it into 3 rooms. So first the 2 rooms. That is one room. You have a bunch of dogmatists from all the religions of the world, and you lock them in. And the next day you check on them. Next day you check on them, all are dead. but except one. That's the guy who survived, because they all argued about what God looks like or what God is. The second room is a room full of the mystics of all the religions. Next day you check on it, and they're all sitting in a circle, patting each other on the back and laughing, because they understand that they're all looking at the same object, just from a different side. And the third room, I would say, I added a third room to it, that's the subjectivists, part of the Gnostics. The subjectivists, you check the next day, and some may be dead, some maybe they starved or something, but they're not organized at all. Some are looking in the middle of the room where the God object should be. Some look out the window, some stare at the wall, some at the ceiling, some at their own feet, and they all say, I'm looking at God. No, I'm looking at God. And they all disagree with each other, but half of them are not even looking at the God object. That's the problem with that. But the good side of and I would say that's the bad side of mysticism, because they act a lot like mystics, and they call themselves mystics in a lot of their literature. I'm not sure how aware James Lindsay is of these differences, because in the mystics, in positive mystic elements of the great religions, you have these similarities, and they're not going into the bad Gnostic stuff. They're just in the let's say love and friendship kind of thing.
Yeah. But back to Cyric's
Cyric.
book.
So, Return of the God Hypothesis is a book by Stephen Mayer. I forgot who wrote it, but it's mostly a breakdown of how science proves God exists. And
It's always a tough claim.
Early on, he brings up a lot of the similarities between the different religions, but that each one falls short in explaining how the universe works, and that even though there are similarities to, say, the creation myths, where people are made of, like in the Bible, people are made of clay, and then God breathed life into them and gave them the laws written on their heart, which is the Holy Spirit.
Which is a scientifically, I don't want to say proven, but acknowledged thing of the spiritual interpretation, and that we find in moral psychology, where we know that young children, even before they can talk, have an inherent moral code of knowing what's truly wrong. They listen to authority, but there are examples where they will disagree with the authority, and one of those is they will follow, like when they're in kindergarten, for example, they will follow the adult in arbitrary decisions, like you can't use the swing, you're allowed to use the swing, and it's arbitrary, but they will submit to that. What they won't is so that they will also acknowledge when or understand when a child is punished, like it's a slap across the face for having done something bad. What children will not accept, however, is when a child is reprimanded, like it's a slap, for no reason. They inherently understand that is wrong. And that, I would say, is the most basic moral code. Inducing arbitrary pain, suffering arbitrarily, for no reason at all, that is a bad thing.
As a quick comment on Zyric's book, where he talks about creation myths, there is in Buddhism there isn't one creation myth, because Buddhism often fused together with previous existing religions.
Well, it comes
So they
out
are
of
very
it comes out of Hinduism, Brahmanism.
yeah, and some for example, Burn Buddhism, which I practice, is mixed together with the Burn religion, the original Tibetan or original religion that was in the Tibetan region. And the thing is also that I wouldn't actually know the creation myth in Burn Buddhism because none of my masters ever talk about the creation myth. They all talk about the practice and the philosophy of Burn Buddhism, and they never once bother with questioning how we came to be. It's more important to what we do with the stuff we have now.
I think the way you can interpret it in Zen Buddhism, which has great parallels with Taoism, um, and Chan, although I have not read into Chan yet, is the thing that looks similar to the Gnostic version. But when you use the interpretation of the emptiness, that is also spirit at the same time. So it is nothing, but it is also spirit. That is when, and that is what God is. And that is an interpretation or a story or a mental image that I would say the way I see it is congruent with something like the Big Bang Theory, because you have nothing that which is God, which is spirit, which is God, all at the same time. Like it's because it's this is where the yin yang idea comes together, is maybe a good image of how that is supposed to work. You have nothing which is infinite potential, and in the infinite potential, eventually, because you have nothing there, there's also no time. So time is infinite, but it is also like every moment is now, because there's no difference between the past and the future, because there's nothing to measure that with. So eventually, in this infinite time, where there's infinite potential in nothing, there has to be this. What is the English word for Verwerfung?
To discard is verwerfen, I'd say.
No, not discard. Verwerfung. Now warping is also not right. A distortion, like when we have physics experiments. I've of math theory. Well, it's a decade ago that I read about that or watched talks about that, where you have when enough random events happen in this void, that you get this moment of imbalance. But that's higher math that I'm sorry I cannot explain. You talk to your professors about that. They will look at you quizzically and then probably go look into their books. I'm sorry, it's too long ago that it just came back into my mind. But that is how you can get out of this nothingness, this infinite potential. You can get this Big Bang, because it's a mathematical necessity. I think that's how these two would fit together. But I think I interrupted you, Cyrek.
No, you bringing up the Big Bang though is interesting because I'm almost to that part of the book where he discusses the Big Bang.
Well, I think
Yeah,
in the
also-
Christian sense, you can imagine, you can maybe equate the Big Bang of God's word, like God's thought thrown into the emptiness that manifests as creation. Would that work?
Well, yes, that would work, because the Word gave form to the heavens and the earth. But I need to look into it more because there's a lot of texts around Genesis, and I've also come to the conclusion that because people say that there's two creation myths inside of Genesis. Genesis 1 and 2, they say they're two different creation myths when the first one is explaining the structure of the days and how the order of operations worked for the creation, and the second is the hierarchy. Because the second Genesis 2 starts with
Adam and
man
Eve,
and
isn't it?
woman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It starts with man and describing man and woman, and then continuing down to the earth.
Yeah, and the thing is, what I remember is that the Adam and Eve story is older than the
Yes.
Let There Be Light story. That they were
The-
just put into disorder for the canon because it just makes more sense to do that.
Also, I know actually quite a bit about the historical context of the creation myth of the 7 days is presumed to have been written during the Exodus in Babylon. And one of the parts in it is that the very important Babylonian gods were sun and moon, and in the creation myth of the Christianity, in the 7 days, sun and moon are small lanterns that God puts up in the heavens.
That's way too late for that to have been written.
I'm saying that that's what I know about this stuff that I know from the theological stuff and everything. But I also wanted to said creation myth to quickly comment on that. Also, I think that in Switzerland we have a different understanding of Verwerfung than you do in German. But anyways, the thing with the school of Buddhism I practice is that there really is extremely little focus on there being a creator or a creation.
Yeah, it's
It's
basically
very-
irrelevant.
It's extremely heavily focused on the now, the awareness of the now, the practicing in the now. And also one thing I find fascinating is the concept of a god or spirits. It does exist in Burn, but it's not a thing of questioning whether it exists outside of oneself or whether it exists. It's not really, how should I say this? If you ask one of my Buddhist masters if they believe in God, their answer would be, I never ask myself the question. Or if they do think that a God exists, is they it doesn't matter to them in the sense of wondering whether he exists or not. They're more focused with the practice, the Buddhist practice of, how should I say this, living a proper life.
Yeah. The one thing that people also don't understand or get mixed up about or confused because they don't know about this is that in Buddhism you have two main different concepts of Buddha, which is the divine Buddha, the perfect full being.
Atma-sambhava.
Yes.
Buddha of Buddhas.
Yes. And the mortal incarnation of the Buddha, like Shakyamuni. And that is basically similar to Jesus as the incarnated manifestation of God and the actual complete being of God that we cannot comprehend in its fullness and only like strive towards as an example. And the manifestation of the Buddha or of God in the form of Jesus is just to give us this example of this is the way.
But I sort of take issue with that one.
Yeah, go on.
Because yes, God took human form in the form of Jesus, but God was always God. And the way that you described it with Buddha is that Buddha became divine, which goes against my entire belief.
Buddha became divine? No.
There's the divine Buddha and the mortal Buddha.
No. The divine Buddha was also always there. like God. So it's like
And
you have this
and is
this one-time incarnation, for example.
so just as an addition and also as a bit of context, my mother is a minister, so she studied theology, and I've talked about with her a lot about that. So from what I know from her is that Jesus is seen as fully human, yet also fully divine. So he's both at the same, well, not fully divine. He's fully God and also fully human, as the God.
He is a divine and mortal being at once.
Yes, and it's very similar with Buddha, or let's take Siddhartha Gautama as example.
Mm-hmm.
The Buddha, or as I know it, the Padmasambhava, Buddha of Buddhas, the concept of Buddha or the divine being of Buddha always has existed. And Siddhartha Gautama achieved through meditation, everything, the status of Buddha. So he achieved enlightenment and thus was fully enlightened, but also fully a human being in that sense. So it's not that he became something else, he became the Buddha or the divinity Buddha, but he became somebody who achieved the status of Buddha in the sense. So he
did a mortal reflection, but he has no magic powers.
Yeah, in that sense. So
it's just a mortal with an let's say and what's the other word for enlightenment? An epiphany. Let's say it's a great epiphany that gives you great wisdom.
So I know what this means to say that there's certainly a similarity between the let's take Siddhartha Gautama as example, with Siddhartha Gautama and Jesus, in the sense that they're both fully divine, fully mortal, but there's also the difference in Jesus being God becoming human, or the embodiment of God in the human, whereas Buddha achieved the status of Buddha. Or Siddhartha Gautama achieved the status of Buddha.
Yeah, but I think the devil's in the details, also in how I phrased it.
Yes, it's a very semantic thing.
Yeah, because Gautama, Buddha did not become a god. Like by saying he became Buddha does not mean he became the divine god. It just means that he is of a, you could say, of the character of God. He would tell you the wisdom that God could tell you, that if you have a life problem, you ask him and he'll give you an answer that actually helps.
So it's actually very, very specific, rather complicated and thick concept.
Yeah, the important thing is
the reason I was confused on the way that you described it is because it was starting to sound very Mormon.
Oh God, no.
Yeah, that's why I jumped in and tried to explain it more.
Yeah. It's one of these, because it's the things that you don't even think about much, because you don't have to explain them much, and thus you lack the articulation for it. And I think Buddhists are very rarely pressed on these things because they're not relevant.
That's why I'm very glad that my mother is a minister, because we talked a lot about that stuff.
But it's funny that Buddhism focuses on the now, where Christianity is like, don't focus on the now, focus on bettering yourself for later.
Yeah, but that's the outcome is the same.
If you better yourself now, or if you focus on the now and try to live as good as possible now, then later on you will also have that.
Yeah,
you will have it now and later.
Yeah, that's the idea of the path is the goal. Act properly and think properly, if you will. It's something. Please remind me of that, because that's something the Gnostics also get wrong. Because like this is in Buddhism, is it the first Kai?
I don't know the Kais.
Okay, the first big rule, like they're not commandments, but they basically have the status of that. Is also do not kill. contrary to what I know about Christianity, Buddhism also goes into detail what that means. Like, yeah?
Christianity, so it's mistranslated in English. It's do not murder.
Ah, that's very important.
Um,
That's a very different thing from do not
I-
kill.
Yes.
the Burn Buddhism which I practice, it doesn't have rules. Well, or kais in that sense. It doesn't have. It has other things written down, and the, as you would say, commandments are a logical conclusion from them.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, but also it would never be do not kill, or as you said, do not murder is much better. For example, I think the way to explain it is that from a Burn Buddhist perspective, killing is never a moral thing.
Mm-hmm.
However, it may be a necessary thing.
Yes, that's.
It may be a,
That's the same in Christianity as well.
Oh, can you give an
It may-
example on that, please?
The Crusades.
I think that people will argue with you a lot about that, but can you give a more scripture close example or
The battle. Oh God, what? It's in King or First Kings, I think.
Kings? Kings.
Or is it Samuel? Where David and Goliath
Mm-hmm.
is a
Wait.
good one.
no, sorry,
Because
just to explain my laugh, I always have to laugh because my name is Samuel.
Are you the
Don't
hero
worry,
or the
reading-
villain in the story?
reading scripture and seeing Esau and Jacob is funny to me. Cause yeah.
But you were saying with David and Goliath?
So the way that the war is set up and described is the people of Israel are having a fight. I forget with who though.
The
Is
Sea
it the
Peoples?
Phoenician? It's not the Phoenicians. I don't think it is. But yeah, Dagon is mentioned several times in Samuel. But they're having a war, and they send their two best combatants. Well, the Israelites want to send their best, but David's the only one that steps up to actually fight Goliath. And the whole core concept is if the Israelite loses, they become slaves to the new nation. If they win, the nation just goes and leaves them alone. It's
It's a win-win.
The Philistines. It was the Philistines.
Doesn't it make it a win-win for the Philistines?
No, because the Philistines want new slaves. And they see the Israelites as good slaves.
I meant you said that if they lose, the nation will do nothing to them.
No.
Or did I misunderstand
If the
that?
Israelites lose, the Philistines take over and they become
Yeah.
slaves to the Philistines.
Yeah?
If the Israelites win, the Philistines leave.
Ah, they leave. Okay, I misheard you. Sorry.
And then that's where David and Goliath happened, is because they came to the conclusion, like, if we don't want to lose all of our men, we'll
Mhm.
just have a test of strength using our strongest warrior against your strongest warrior. That way we can determine who actually has the better army. And David steps up, hits him with the sling, and
with
decapitates him.
that time's version of a gun, basically.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
People
That-
underestimate slings.
Like it goes into detail that there was an indent in Goliath's head from the rock. Like, the Bible does not pull punches with imagery.
Yeah.
But that is a story that is seen as like the highlight of David's youth,
Mm-hmm.
and then he gets anointed by God to become the next king of the Israelites. And another thing is that there are evil deeds that are committed by evil people in the Bible, and God works through them to do His will for His people. Because Saul was a good king before David. Saul just went crazy and started throwing javelins at David for no reason.
Must be a great day. Is that a Dark Souls moment? Sorry, I
Probably
couldn't
because
resist.
David. It's described that David dodged them or Saul missed. Like,
Fucking roll spam the hell out of those spears.
but war is another one is Samson. Samson kills again the Philistines.
They must
He
have
kills
been
the
real
Philistines
assholes.
and himself after his hair is cut, because the Spirit of God washes through him, gives him back his strength, which he had lost because he was not following God's will, and told his secret of where his strength came from, and he pulled the building down that he was shackled to, killing himself and the Philistines inside.
Yeah, but, it was an okay killing. It was not murder. Why? Just to put it into words.
Because the Philistines again wanted to take over Israel, and all this is to preserve Israel as Israel. It is because they'd already been in bondage so long with the Egyptians that that God was like, I'm not going to send you back into bondage
Okay,
yet.
so for
We'll wait for Babylon
defense,
for that.
self-defense, for defense of your freedom.
Yes.
Okay, that's a good way. That's a good way to put this. And by the way, just as another excursion, the thing about Samson not revealing the secret of his strength, there's a similar concept in I think it's in Tantrism, and but there is a psychological backbone to that. And that is Tantrism, for example, you work with mantra, and your personal mantra is something so that which you use in order to channel positive energy, to channel strength back, like when you're down, when you're exhausted, when you lose hope, and so on. But your personal mantra is not something you must ever disclose to anyone, because then it loses its power. It's like a secret spell. But there's that has a psychological backing. And that is having a secret gives you strength, why ever that is. I have had techniques for organizing myself that worked wonders until I shared them with others, because I see someone struggle and that person asks me for help, and I say, oh well, I do this and that. Why don't you try it if you might? And for some it works, for some it doesn't. But the moment I told of that, it didn't work for me anymore. It didn't. I don't know why. One of those was that as an initiation action, I have a big hourglass that runs an actual hour, and for focusing on a work, I take the hourglass, turn it around, and then it runs for an hour, and the thought is that as long as that sand is running, I will not do anything else. Even if my thoughts drift, I will pull them back to the actual work. Like when you want to do an art piece, or when you want to read a book, or scram, what is it, scram? Learning? But that ability to focus due to that went away, weakened, when I shared that technique I had developed for myself. I don't know why that is, but it is a thing, and there is some psychological literature also about that. So having a secret is important. Like don't share all your things that work for you. Some of them you might still need.
Also, a quick addition. Tantrism works a bit differently in Bun.
Mm-hmm.
So in Bun you have
I don't know much
three-
about it, by the way.
Yeah, it's a bit of an obscure school. There are three ways of practicing. There's Sutra, Tantra, and Dzogchen. Dzogchen is the most well. You can only do that if you actually go to study as a Buddhist monk in Tibet or exile Tibet now.
Mhm.
So that one requires very specific teaching, not teachings, very specific practices, guidances, and it also has exams. So it's a very, very specific for monks.
Very orderly.
Yes. Sutra is where you work with the 5 elements physically.
Uh-huh.
So to practice earth meditation, you go in the forest, sit on the ground, feel the ground, and meditate. Fire, you sit in front of a fire. For air, you somewhere where the wind blows, etc., etc.
Mhm. How do you do mood meditation?
Hmm?
How do you do
The
emptiness meditation?
It's basically breathing techniques,
Okay,
specific breathing techniques, and
so it goes a bit
focusing
into. Sounds
on
like
the
it goes
silence
in.
within.
Sorry.
The specific meditation itself is actually almost exactly the same as in other Tibetan schools or Zen.
I thought like the way I would imagine emptiness meditation. This is the only way I can imagine it would be zazen.
I'm not too familiar with Zen, so
It's basic. It has two elements: the mental component and the physical. The Zen Buddhists, of course, put the physical first because they want you to have the right position. It's very painful to because most people are untrained, not very can't move very much, and they have a weak back. So all of that hurts when they try it the first time. So the shikantaza is the proper way to sit. You sit upright, shoulders back, head straight, chin a bit back.
5-point meditation.
Yeah, and at best you sit in a lotus seat, which is very difficult for most people. But it's something to get, and that's why it's very painful at first for many people, and that pain keeps some people off, and or they give up on it, because as long as that pain is there, they're less likely to get into a meditative state. That's why when I introduce people to that, and I'm not a master, so don't listen to me. Is because it's the part that helps already with psychohygiene, like focus on work and such, get through migraines, get through autistic overload and such. The mental aspect is simply don't focus on anything, don't force anything out, like don't repel any sensory input.
It's often. Sorry to interrupt. It often was explained to me like watching a river or watching the motorway. You're just sitting next to it and observing.
Sort of, yeah. You don't.
You're not trying to swim in it. You're not trying to stop it. You're not trying to swim against it. You're trying to just sit there and observe it.
It's a good metaphor. It's a good image because that's the direct way I explain that is when, because eventually thoughts will come up from the subconscious in front of your mind.
Yeah.
The thing is, you don't think actively, and you don't interact with those thoughts that come up. When they're positive thoughts, you don't cling to them. When there's negative thoughts, you don't push them away. You just let them pass. They will go away on their own. And that's how slowly your mind empties, because your conscious. If you look at it, from a psychological or neurological perspective, you basically watch your brain process your RAM in your computer, in your brain computer, and then it slowly empties that out, and that gives you better resources, frees up resources in your mind. The actual meditative state where you may or may not achieve enlightenment, if that's relevant to you, that comes after that. Once basically that stack of accumulated thought garbage is gone. But the important thing is, the more you reduce that, the more resources you have free to actually focus on what's in front of you, in the here and now. The watching the highway or the river is a good example of that. Like all the cars are thoughts that want your attention, but you're not pushing, you're not even pushing them away, because pushing them away is an interaction. And the emptiness, the void, the mu is not doing that.
Sutra is very physical. There are also yoga exercises for the different chakras and different elements. And then Tantra is working more with the energies. So specifically breathing techniques, and then it's very similar to Zazen actually. The Tantra in Burma Buddhism just has a bit of a focus on the elements.
Mm-hmm.
And these elements also work in the way that they, as said, certain positives and negatives associated with them, certain emotions associated with them, and then also depending on what you are currently dealing with, you can focus on different breathing techniques and meditation techniques, elements and chakras to help you. Like if you have too much earth and water energy, you tend to be depressed.
Mm-hmm.
It's just an example that is often mentioned. So you can focus on air and fire techniques to compensate, to balance it out. Exactly.
Yeah,
and
it's
so
all about balance in Eastern medicine,
so
the spirit is interwoven with Eastern medicine.
That is very much a Tantra exercise. It's very much breathing exercises, and after you have done these exercises, it's in every teaching is you do these breathing exercises, and then once you've done these, you focus on the emptiness, the space that these exercises opened. So you basically quote unquote breathe away the sadness, and then focus on how this open space, this emptiness that it created, that you managed to not get rid of it, but you managed to work through that emotion. So that is then very much in Tantra.
That sounds very different from the bit of Tantric Buddhism I've heard from, which is probably more the Indian realm.
Very possible. The different schools have very much certain differences that are very different, other things that are almost exactly the same.
Yeah, because Tantric Buddhism from India always sounded very almost hedonistic, but in a controlled fashion. And that is why the Zen Buddhists view it as, yeah, you can do that, you can get enlightenment through that as well, but it is a path that is very difficult to go because it is so full of temptations to fall off the path. So
that in Burn Sutra has kind of that aspect to it, because there are, in some obscure texts, there are sexual acts in sutra.
Yeah. And now to come back to the topic of murder.
Yes. Sorry, I quickly wanted to add some context, because I think it's important to have these different perspectives to see that.
Yeah, it is.
It
is, especially because we try to talk about all these very different religions or philosophies, and the Eastern ones is basically unknown beyond the name in the West. Like people have certain concepts of them, but they're usually wrong. And even the esoterics that do that, which is mostly middle-aged women, strangely enough, they also believe in all other esoteric nonsense, which is probably where Gnosticism festers. They also have the completely wrong idea about everything. Like before I get back to the main topic, one of the things that even in Zazen, the meditation, but that where you basically empty your mind passively. There can be a phase where you can basically get high on that, but that is an illusion. That is a basically maybe in an Abrahamic sense you would say it's a temptation to lead you off the path, and weak people either get distracted by that and indulge in that, And then there are people who meditate specifically to get high, because you can meditate to get high. There are various different ways to meditate, but the one that actually helps your mind is Zazen. The stuff that Sam Harris is pushing, that's bullshit. That's westernized garbage, because it's called mindfulness meditation, and to develop mindfulness. And the thing is, when you meditate properly, mindfulness is what you get automatically. It's like a bonus on the side that you just get slammed on. The important thing about Zazen is that you meditate without a goal, and that you would gain something through not trying to achieve something is a very counterintuitive thought.
It is like the concept of doing something virtuous in Buddhism. It's not seen as you do it because it's virtuous. You do it just because it's just normal for you to do it.
Yeah,
you do it without thinking.
Yeah, and the virtue develops through that naturally, automatically. Through that, the ego automatically reduces. It takes a long time, but it does. And the maturity, and with the maturity, the altruism in you grows. It's basically what brings you from the child to the adult, or from the narcissistic little demon shithead that you are deep inside, to the balanced, not divine but closer to it mortal.
Yeah. I feel kind of bad for Cyrek because it's been very Buddhism heavy.
I'm sorry.
This far.
It's when I had hoped Cookie could be here because he could also have helped us with older texts of the Bible to give the Hebrew interpretation of some of the words. But maybe next time. But on the topic of murder, everyone's favorite,
Indeed.
Buddhism. I mainly speak Zen Buddhism. Is you get immediately you get a distinction in that between four different types of killing. So it's not murder, it's killing in general in Buddhism, and that is in order of severity. The worst type of killing is when good people kill for bad reasons. You're following?
Yeah.
Number two is...
Can you give an example of a bad reason?
What?
Can you give an example of a bad reason?
Not off the cuff. Not off the cuff. I would have to think of like when you're overcome with sudden feelings of vengeance and rage.
Punisher.
I don't know if the Punisher falls into that. Does the who
the
does the Punisher kill?
Bad people.
We'll get to that. So, second is when bad people kill for bad reasons or bad intentions. Like the word is Absicht. That is a bit difficult to translate. So good people killing for bad reasons is worse than bad people killing for bad reasons. We kind of expect bad people killing for bad reasons, like something selfish.
Yeah.
So then we get good people who kill with good reasons or for good reasons, and the last is bad people who kill with good reasons. Because even bad people can kill with good reasons, can have that moment can be. Like even a bad person can, in some situation, be the innocent defender, for example. That has nothing to do, that is not connected to other bad deeds or a bad character. Like you don't need to have killed before to be a bad person. And so this is a similar thing that you brought up with the Christian examples, because so killing is always a bad thing, a morally bad thing in Buddhism, And I'll get to veganism with that in a moment, because that's going to be really funny. Sometimes killing someone it's still not good. It will still give you bad karma. But it is necessary because letting that person live is worse. For example, a genocidal maniac who has already killed hundreds of people. Is it good to kill that person? No, because it's killing. However, if you let that person live, that person will kill even more people. So it's almost utilitarian, but it's not psychopathic utilitarian. Because it still judges. It doesn't make the claim that it's morally good to kill the genocidal maniac. Because maybe there would be other solutions. But it would be wrong to let the psychopathic maniac, the genocidal maniac, keep going. So the next element that comes into this is killing is always wrong. So that's where you derive veganism from, the proper one, not the fancy fashion veganism that you get in the West right now, where they eat high fructose corn syrup pseudo meat, or just leave the meat out and then wonder why they all turn into freezing skeleton people.
I don't eat meat, but I'm like skeleton.
Yeah. The thing here is that in Buddhism, all life is sacred, down to the blade of grass. So even killing that is wrong. However, some things are inevitable. That doesn't mean go around and eat your burger without thought, but rather be mindful. Be conscious of what you're doing and why. Because some things you can't. There is human nature at play, but even the carrot that you have on your plate, be thankful that it nourishes you. That's what that thought is about.
So
don't take more than you need, basically.
Yeah, I agree. That one is also in Bun. It's also a bit different because in Bun, we base it on the 6 stages of existence, or well, stages. It's not really stages. It's realms. So they are the devas, the gods, the half gods, the humans, the animals, the hungry spirits, and the denizens of hell, so to speak. And so in Bun, it's seen as all of those have capacity for enlightenment. They may have more difficult. So the most difficult places to reach enlightenment are hell and the realm of the gods. And so to just give an example of what that could look like, as in because Buddhism doesn't believe in gods, is, for example, the realm of devas, of gods, would be pure luxury. Never a single worry in your life, never had experienced any hardships, so that would be considered the realm of a deva.
Like the stories of the Dragon Palace, for example.
Exactly. And the realm of hell would then be the opposite, only ever suffering. And to reach enlightenment, it's very important to experience both, suffering and pleasure.
Yeah,
so in Bun, all beings in these areas have the capacity to achieve enlightenment. So it differs in the sense to what you said before, that yes, it's nature or plants, etc., also life in the sense, and they're also sacred, and you should also be thankful for them, but they are not in the area where they are in one of these areas where they could exist as reaching enlightenment. You cannot be reborn as a plant. That is a belief in Burn Buddhism, but you can be reborn as an animal, and each and every animal has this capacity, it has this spark to reach enlightenment within them.
Yeah, I am not aware of Zen Buddhism believing that you can be reincarnated as a plant either.
I'm just wanted to give some context.
Yeah, but it is this general reverence for life that is part of it. Which
Yes.
is odd, because at the same time it believes that well, the material world is all an illusion, so fuck that. But that's the contradiction, and this is an interesting thing where we keep in mind the dialectic. I call it a dialectic fallacy, rather, like the Hegelian dialectic, where that works with contradictions, but tries to through those contradictions tries to negate reality itself. While the contradictions in Zen Buddhism, whether it's Soto or Rinzai, Rinzai works more actively with with contradictions. Like, it gives you a riddle basically, and these which has a contradiction in it, and that and thinking through that, working with that contradiction in your meditation is what Rinzai Buddhists do, in order to help clear their mind by thinking about the enigma, how to solve that. And because it can't be solved, the mind empties. It's a concentration help basically, and not something to actually be solved. While Soto Zen is also many Buddhists do consider Soto Zen as the hardest way, because it deprives itself of all tools that can help get to the enlightenment moment, because it just does nothing, and it's purely, you could say, what is it? What word am I looking for? Disciplining yourself, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But not in the sense of whipping yourself, but just
Self-flagellation.
not self-flagellation, no, but just sticking to what you set in front of yourself, and that's the focus on the here and now. And the difference is also between, like, an animal also lives in the here and now, but is not conscious. It's not conscious of it. Like, people who there are people who live in the here and now who only think about the three F's in German: fressen, ficken, saufen. Oh wait, that's an S. FFS. Sorry, it's not three F's.
Fressen, ficken, saufen.
When they're drunk enough, probably.
It means eating, fucking, and drinking.
Yes. When that's all that's on your mind, you're also in the here and now. You don't think about the past or the future, but you are not conscious. And you cannot get to any sort of enlightenment, whether that is in Buddhism or likely in Christianity, by not being conscious of your surroundings. So you have to be in the here and now while being conscious of what you're doing, of the past and the future, so that you know where you are. Which is way more difficult. Last part about the killing stuff. Yeah, it's surprising. It's surprisingly well thought out. It's like this was written by nerds. That were sitting down and, hey, let's build a culture for my fantasy campaign setting, and then thought, like, oh, what can I actually do? It's in a similar way the I Ching is written. The das Buch der Wandlungen. What is that in English? Have you ever read that? Feel crazy?
No.
That's a pity.
I've read the translation of the Tibetan Book of the Dead, though.
Okay. I would be very interested in that one. Anyway, what was the last part? We had the 4 stages, not killing. And right. It's a very important thing that is probably different from Christianity. In that, and that's another part where you can imagine what a Gnostic interpretation of that one is that thinking extremely negatively, like wishing someone dead, is in Zen Buddhism considered as bad as killing that person.
Christianity, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it's like Jesus said that if you lust for a woman in your heart, you've already committed adultery. So wishing death upon somebody is basically committing murder.
Oh, is that an interpretation from the lust thing, or is that also written out?
It is an interpretation. It's
Okay.
what you feel, you've committed that sin.
Mm-hmm.
And like the adultery thing, if you wish death upon somebody,
Yeah.
and you're like, I want this person to die,
It darkens
you've
your
committed.
mind.
It darkens your mind, and you've committed the sin.
Yeah, it darkens your mind, it darkens your spirit, and it brings you off the path. Yeah, and in the Buddhist interpretation, it is already what generates bad karma for you. So the act of thinking is relevant, and so what from this, like how do we put this? Like, take your last example. The lust and murder. You think you wish it upon someone. Well, both are selfish in a way. Or that's the easiest interpretation. It's selfish. What do you think would a Gnostic, Hermetic Gnostic narcissist, Hegelian dialectic social justice person use this idea?
Wait, the idea of thinking is action?
You think the wrong thing.
Wrong thing.
Yeah, I kind of gave it away.
Yes. No, I was just curious if you meant the question of how they would deal with the concept of you thinking, I want that woman, I want to commit adultery with that person.
It's not that literal, but
Yeah, I know. That's why I wanted to ask.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. It's the wrong thing, because you have to like the. It's basically the Gnostic socialism can be seen as a path. It's just a bad one. It's a really bad one, and it's one where, since it's led by manipulative narcissists, egoists, they will appeal to your altruism to subject yourself to it, and do everything as its gospel says. That's how it acts religious.
It's a path to endarkment, but
Pretty much. Deshimaru Roshi even directly calls it out. I think the book was written in the 80s that I read. I have to look it up. In a later chapter, he actually directly calls out socialism as nothing but greedy materialism to remain in emotional comfort.
Also,
that's his words. That's how he describes socialism.
One thing I also wanted to mention is there's also a reasoning behind in Buddhism why, how should I say, wishing these things is quote unquote useless, because karma will take care of it, quote unquote. Of course, if somebody wants to do evil upon you, you can defend yourself and stuff like that. But it's also that you're your worst enemy in these kind of things. If you wish those things, you've done them. So as we've been speaking, but it's also the reason why it's something so bad is because you endarken yourself to use that again. You make it worse for yourself. You make it worse for enlightenment. It's very kind of similar to the surface level, to the concept of sin. So you basically made your journey and your path harder.
Yeah, you took a detour and put an obstacle in the way.
Exactly. And also one thing. Buddhist master.
I think you cut out there for a moment.
One time a meditation with the Buddhist master.
Oh, wait, I think I just get a message that the stream gets no data. Ah, it's healthy again. Okay.
Okay.
So it must have been on my end.
Or
What were you saying?
about having meditated with the Buddhist master.
Mhm.
And one of the practices is at the end of the meditation to dedicate the meditation. And there are 3 dedications. Well, 2 dedications and one how should I say, saying thanks is probably the right word. And you dedicate the meditation to all the people you hate, all the people you don't care about, and all the people you love. You dedicate it to them that they may have a good life and profit from your meditation. And the other one is you dedicate to all the beings in the 6 realms.
Mhm.
May all of them benefit from your meditation. And the last one is the giving thanks to your masters and the Buddhas.
Mhm.
And I was just reminded of that the yes, it is very much the case, as we've discussed in Buddhism, that thinking the bad thoughts or thinking you want to kill someone, truly thinking it, is as killing that person. But also the entire practice revolves around you not even thinking of thinking that. So the practice makes it not changes you or makes you do X, Y, Z, but it you practice the ability to love the people you hate, so to speak.
Well,
If you know what I mean.
because in meditation you are at one with the universe. The phrasing in Zen Buddhism is that when you truly meditate, you meditate with the universe meditates with you.
Yeah, and the thing is, the other has just as much capacity to enlightenment as you.
Mm-hmm.
So the worst thing you can do is hinder your own and their enlightenment.
Yeah, they may have a way harder path because they've basically jumped down the stairs, but they can still get up, even if the chance is very slim, at least in this lifetime, if you take the reincarnation thing into consideration.
In that way, it is very similar to the Christianity. I think it's golden rule in Christianity: is do upon the others as you wish to be done upon yourself.
Yes.
Yes. There's just one thing where I believe people take the karmic idea as an excuse to not act, and that's not I'm not talking about Zen monks who deliberately shut themselves off from the world, which they also shouldn't do, because they need to experience it in order to cut themselves off from it. And that is when people believe that instant karma, for example, isn't a thing. That's a Western concept, a joke concept of the idea.
The concept of karma is very poorly understood in the West.
Yeah, and the thing is, this is where we get back to the a bad person does something really bad. Should you like to soften this up and make it about not about to make it not about killing, but about intervening, which you could say is a much lesser version of that, because an intervention is the you could say the killing of the current situation of what is currently going on. So you keep someone from doing something, like apprehending a criminal. That is not about murder, but any other crime. So we get into interpretation of we get into the concept behind it. It's just killing is just the worst, highest, most extreme form. That you looking the other way is also something bad, because you let a bad thing continue. And the thing is that while Buddhism has this concept that this world isn't, to put it mildly, is an illusion. Like it's made of illusions, because they're the products of the elements interacting, for example, and of everything interacting. So like the things come into being through their interactions with each other. You can imagine where there's a similarity to how social justice thinks. It's a corruption of that idea. But in how, since your thoughts are also actions, they're just not manifest in the material world. Your thought to let a bad thing continue on is also a bad action. So you're making an excuse to not save the puppy, for example. That's you doing something selfish and looking the other way. Or not saving the child that's running onto the street in front of a car. If you say, oh, karma will solve it. Yeah, then hopefully the karma gets back to you and bites you in the ass.
Also, as it's been taught to me as a clarification, karma is not, as we understand it, if you do bad, something bad happens to you.
Mm-hmm.
It's more, if you do bad, it will be harder for you to reach enlightenment,
Mm-hmm.
which is the ultimate good. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that, how should I say this? It doesn't mean in the sense that, it's so difficult to phrase it, to bridge the gap between the West. Something keeping you from reaching enlightenment is because the central idea of being relieved from suffering is enlightenment in Buddhism. Something bad happening to you, taking you away from enlightenment, is suffering, so more suffering. Which then makes it harder for you to reach enlightenment because you experience more suffering and not enough of the not enough of the quote-unquote luxury to understand both sides. Because you need both sides, you need the middle way to reach enlightenment, to understand that everything is suffering, and enlightenment is the way to escape from it. It's so complicated.
Yeah.
So it's not in the sense that we think, hey, I do something bad, so something bad will happen to me. Surface level, yes, but I do something bad, so I will be further away from reaching enlightenment. So that's the karmic consequence.
I think with it's also not exactly the right point, but to get a thought, an understanding of how this idea works a little bit, is consider the butterfly effect. You do something bad, and it has effects down the line. And
yes,
when you, in case you believe in reincarnation, you get reincarnated. That is what comes back to haunt you. The karma you build now affects your next life. It is also affected by the karma of your parents. That is similar to the concept of generational or genetic trauma, and those things work together.
also,
So it's not that your life isn't just shit because of what you did in your last life. It's also shit because your parents were assholes. That can be its own cause. Like, you suffer as the child because your mother did horrible things, so she is, through karma, punished with a sick child.
That sounds a lot like sins of the father from Old Testament Judaism.
Yeah, but not in the sense of that you're not responsible for the sins of your predecessors, but you are affected by them. It's this whole thing of everything affects each other.
Sins of the father, though, is you're affected by them and you're responsible for them.
Mm-hmm.
And with Christianity, due to Christianity, there was the birth of the individual, where there was no longer the sins of the father. Your sins are your own.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's not.
I mean, but I would
You,
also say that the
what I want to
sense
say
of
is
sorry.
sorry. Is like imagine very evil example. Your mother was a whore that takes drugs and drank during pregnancy. That leads to you getting born well with diseases, weak and diseased. That's not your fault. That's you shouldn't you should it's cruel that you come into this world this way, but you have to live through that suffering. If or you or you're stillborn, which is its own horror. um, but that is how this whole thing, it's like a network that gets through existence. And but the like you have these you basically have these two elements that your family affects you, and your own past lives affect you. You would be, and since you are a reincarnation in the karmic idea, um, that's not this. Your own sins from your past lives are not the sins of the fathers. They are your own sins. You just don't know they exist. But it's like this the formation, the maturation of the spirit is done through that in a way. That doesn't mean it will lead automatically to enlightenment. Like, you have to choose that path.
Also, I think the
But I can
the
see why you
concept.
can see similarities between the two.
Yeah, I also can see it, but I also want to like the sins, your sins being your own sins. I think Buddhism sees it the same way, but same way it's you do the things that will affect you. However, even I think if your father committed a sin, it will affect you. It doesn't mean that it's your sin or your fault, or that you're responsible, or that you have to um, suffer. You shouldn't have to suffer the consequences of it, but it will affect you. Like your father having murdered someone will affect you in some way, and
Because
that is kind of
it darkens the
that is
family.
exactly that is quote unquote the karma you suffer. It will affect you in the sense that even emotionally speaking, it will affect you. That doesn't mean it's your sin. It means the sin had an effect on you, which I think it is compatible with the idea of Christianity that it's not your sin, because I think realistically speaking, the sin of your father will affect you in some way. Not in this, as I said, keep repeating, not in the sense that it's your sin or you have to bear the responsibilities for it. Simply that it can have effects on you.
However, as the individual, depending on the situation, for some it doesn't make sense, but in some you could choose to take up duty, or not necessarily responsibility, but a duty to, when you once you know of this sin in the family, um, to make good for that, like to wash the name clean again or something.
I
And
wanted to ask Cyrek if my explanation made sense.
oh yeah,
It did. It did make sense.
yeah.
All right.
It.
There's
I can still see how people would be affected, like the family of, say, Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy had children, and a lot of them changed their names.
mhm.
Yeah.
Because they didn't want to be associated
Yeah,
with him.
you shouldn't need to do that as a person, of course.
Should. Um, but I've also seen where somebody has like prolific family that their father was a murderer, and Mussolini's granddaughter being one of them. She fully is like, yeah, no, my grandfather was bad, but I'm not gonna change my name for it. That's that's his issue, not mine.
Hmm. Um,
I think it has to do with how the person tackles the issue more than the issue itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, even with the grandfather of Mussolini, it quote unquote had an effect on her, so that she had to choose to say no, it doesn't affect me. If you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yeah.
she still had to deal with it, with the repercussions down the line, and there's even a societal level to that, if you want, as a historical, and I'll just choose the most blunt example that we have in the West, which is there were these 12 really really bad years in Germany. I think you know what I'm talking about, and
Why did I know that will come?
of course you know that because you live next door. Um, I don't understand how you managed to remain neutral around that shit show.
Well, we just dealt with everyone,
Uh huh. Let's not get
and
into that.
because we were for a while surrounded by Germany. Well, we were very neutral towards Germany as well.
Yeah, but what I want to get into is that, and this is where you can apply this whole thing. One, sins of the father. Were the Nazis the fathers of all Germans? No. Where then no, is have Germans individually and as a state, like let's ignore the last 20 years, done good in the world. And there's a problem because you don't know about it. Because, for example, the Iron Cross, which was a symbol before the Nazis, and is still of the German army, Bundeswehr.
Sorry.
They changed their name. They
Wer-
changed
Yeah,
the name.
I keep confusing the two.
How?
I'm not German.
The one says defense might power.
Yeah, the other says, well, country defense.
No, federal defense.
Yeah,
Yeah, but the in some African countries, for example, where and for a time the Balkan, where German forces were deployed for security and rebuilding, which is what Germans go in the German army goes into other countries for. The Iron Cross became a symbol for the locals there of safety and hope, which is why it was reinstated as the Medal of Honor, as the highest Medal of Honor in Germany at the beginning of the century, I believe.
I want to make so many jokes right now.
I know,
Oh.
I know,
No,
but
but yeah,
but like is that something positive?
yeah.
Yes, and that's like the really contentious 4 years in America,
And you know, it's just
and the symbols that came out of that.
and I just want to say that anytime I tell Germans about this, sometimes I have to show evidence because they just can't believe it. They get tears in their eyes because it's so hammered into us to feel this generational guilt for something that most Germans aren't even responsible for.
Well,
That the majority hasn't voted for, that the army was conscripted. That was not a voluntary. The Wehrmacht was not a voluntary army. So,
You want your army now, right?
yeah, we're kind of having problems with that, but it's not.
No, I was just wasn't sure.
Yeah, but we are thinking about reinstating the draft because it's getting a bit ludicrous.
That's like the Iron Cross, independent skate trucks. They recently changed their design or their logo.
Independent skate trucks?
Yes,
I have no idea
Like-
what that is.
skateboarding. It's a skateboarding company.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't know.
I used to be real big into skateboarding. whenever I was younger. But I still kept up with a couple of the skateboarding magazines and things like that. And Independent changed their design because it used to be the Iron Cross behind Independent,
Mm-hmm.
and now it's just like this very corporate, bland image that just says Independent Trucks. And the reason they got rid of it is because the Iron Cross is was used in Nazi Germany, and the founder of
Oh, Nazi cooties.
the founder of Independent, who is not part of the company anymore, he's like, I don't understand why. I mean, I admitted that we use the Iron Cross because of my family coming from Germany. We
Is
use
the
the
Iron
Iron Cross in our logo because of that.
Isn't the Iron Cross still used in the Bundeswehr?
Yes, it's on all the tanks. It is the symbol of the German army. I have not heard that we got rid of it. We made it the Medal of Honor again.
As it should be.
Because of that, the Iron Cross existed before the Nazis. It's a Prussian. I think it was Prussian originally. I have to look the history up. There's just a lot of symbols that were around when the Nazis took power, and they were still around after the Nazis. Just because there were Nazis once doesn't make everything the Nazis touched like having Nazi cooties.
Yeah,
like German bread and beer and sausage and everything. Like that's insane. It's an insane idea.
It is because basically become the biggest form of guilt by association. Where basically everything the Nazis touched ever has to now be subject to the Cultural Revolution.
Yeah, but that's part of the socialist manipulation tactic, because they want. The National Socialists turned out to be too obvious within what socialism wants to do, which is world domination. Lost, and therefore everybody associated needs to be punished, so that nobody ever gets the idea that that might actually have been socialism.
The Iron Cross is a Nazi symbol because I feel like it's a Nazi symbol.
The subject of nonsense, yes. And not know, and basically, people who claim to know usually don't know anything.
Man, it always makes me laugh when I see the social media accounts of fun Buddhist masters. Some of them have some, but they always have swastikas in the names. But the Buddhist ones, I always laugh because people get so outraged when they see it. I'm just.
Great.
Yeah, it fits into the topic. It has been touched by the Nazis. Ego must be Nazis, even though it's a Buddhist monk who maybe never has heard of Germany in his life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Where I wanted to get with that is, so if the bad entity, or the entity that has done something really bad, and the bad is over, the bad has stopped, and now the bad entity is trying to make good, and you ignore that good, are you still the good person? Or are you now the bad person?
Was that a rhetoric question, or do you expect an answer?
I do expect an answer, yes.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would say you're the bad person because you basically, how should I say, denying the good.
Cyrek? We put him. I put him to sleep.
I'm thinking.
Okay. You don't need to stay in the exact confines of the question.
You said, are you bad because you deny the good that somebody does?
Yeah.
I'd have to say within context, like you can do good in just about anything, but should you really be doing good for what other people view you for? Or should you just be doing good to be doing good?
Well, let's say the German army is doing good for doing good.
And the German army isn't recognized for it?
Well, so the locals in those crisis areas see the German army, they see the Iron Cross, and they see safety. That is where safety is. There is hope. Seriously, the word hope drops several times in those interviews, but the German people don't know about that, and the left, because largely the left never talks about that, it would deny it.
Okay, I understand it more. Yeah, but this also falls into a lot of the issues with news as well. Is like a lot of good does happen in the world.
Mm-hmm.
It just never is talked about
Mm-hmm.
because fear and panic sell rather
Yeah,
than good news.
yeah, of course.
And
But we also have a narrative here, and that is that everybody must retain the image that the Germans are irredeemably bad forever and are incapable of ever doing anything good, because that would justify them keeping on existing. And that is why we don't talk about the German army being seen as a force of hope where they are deployed in foreign countries. And that is the question: is it a bad thing to deny that, to sweep that under the rug in order to keep up a narrative of hatred towards an entire people?
I mean, yeah, yes, in that context, yes.
it's I think
If it is to perpetuate hate towards a certain group, yeah, it's absolutely evil.
Yeah, you could say it with the similar examples we had before. Would it be, it is quote unquote bad and evil of the people to go after Ted Bundy's children because of what he did?
Yeah, so my point is not don't talk about it to aggrandize the Germans or the German army.
Oh, of course.
But to put a counter on the scales of the narrative that is trying to be upheld.
Just be honest about it.
Yeah.
Because it's the honest to God truth that the German army does good. They did good. Yes, the Nazi did bad, but for a lot of African people, the modern German army does good.
Yeah.
You can recognize that they're doing good.
Yeah, and when you keep pushing people, they will either overcompensate in trying to appease and do good, and thereby self-destruct, or they will at some point, like the ever bullied kid, go amok, or both. Like they try to appease until they reach the point of breaking, and then they go amok. That can also happen. And I don't think that's a future anyone should want. You must be insane to want a future like that in any way.
Whenever I speak to Germans, I'm wondering why not most of Germans in school are fucking depressed, because the only thing you ever talk about in history lesson is how bad the Germans were.
Yeah, and in an unbelievably superficial way that teaches nothing. Seriously, there's no depth to it.
That's like why kids in the South are also depressed going to public school, is because they're always demonized for the events of the Civil War.
Your great-great-great-great-great-grandfather did a bad, possibly. We don't know, because we didn't check, but we assume.
Oh man, that reminds me that...
That's not even sins of the father, that's sins of the father by association.
That just reminds me that so many of the woke politicians had to make a big stink about stuff fucking descendants of slave owners.
Yes.
It's so hilarious.
Biden, Obama are all descendants.
Well, why am I not surprised?
they make they make a big
because
stink
they were
about
doing a whole thing on like, was Trump's family slave owners? Here's the fun thing.
They came
No, because Trump's
long
family
after.
came after.
Yeah.
German immigrant. Yeah, they made a study something where they looked at the genealogy of the current presidents who are still alive, and the only one who wasn't a descendant of a slave owner is Donald Trump.
Badumts.
Is it really? I find that hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it fits into the topic of sins of the father. Oh well, the great grandfather.
Yeah, yeah, and I think
Yeah.
that's anytime somebody tries sins of the father and the original sin is basically the same idea. And anytime I heard Christians preach about that and try to make people feel guilty because of that, I was confused because I as a kid I thought, doesn't that contradict the whole reason with the Jesus thing?
Yes. That's also why I always think Christians nowadays who claim to be Christians and say that there is original sin fundamentally are probably the worst Christians because they deny Jesus' sacrifice.
I
What does
wouldn't
the
even
Christian
consider
say?
those people Christian.
Sorry?
Original sin has been washed away by the blood of Christ.
Thank you.
Now it is just your own personal sins that go against the laws of God and against the laws of nature.
Wait, you're responsible for your own shit?
Yes.
Oh, I think that's the same in Buddhism. And I think that's one of the things that's even the same thing in
That's why I said that
the old
Christianity was the
religions.
birth of the individual,
Mm-hmm.
because you weren't beholden to past generations. You were responsible for yourself.
Mm-hmm. Crazy how individualistic in regards to responsibility like this was the Norse culture.
I don't know enough about the Norse culture.
That's
Thing is,
what he's here for.
thing is, I know quite a bit about the myths, but as far as I know, I'm not aware of any myth that would imply that you are responsible for the sins of your father.
Mm-hmm.
At least there has never been any mention of any of the children of the gods having to atone for what the father did.
Yeah, and in the sagas, it is always any revenge story is always about the killer and not his children or parents. Like
And also
I'm not off the top of my mind. I do not remember anyone where there is a substitute killing instead of the actual perpetrator.
And the only thing I would be, I can't, I remember something somewhere where there was, but I will get to the point. I agree with you, but the point will come later on. Is where there was substitute killing, but the killer of the substitute killing is in the wrong. So basically, the evil person makes the son punishes the son for the sins of the father.
When it is portrayed as the wrong thing, as the evil thing,
Exactly.
then it is not an accepted practice. So even the heathen religion is in congruence with Buddhism and Christianity here. I find that funny.
There must have been quite a bit of compatibility between the heathen religion and Christianity in terms of morality. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easily conquered.
Yeah, well, that was a millennia long process.
Yeah, I know, but in certain areas it was quite easily accepted because they could mix these things together extremely well.
Yeah, I will have to look for it again.
Break was the human sacrifices of some of the heathen religions.
We don't talk about those. What was that about a golden calf?
Sacrifice. Chop down the tree of sacrifice.
Blood rituals. They'll never die out. I'm about to make a political joke here, but let's back to the topic.
I do think that there was enough compatibility with the morals of some of the what would be heathens at the time to convert to Christianity because it gave them a stricter rule set, but at the same time more freedom.
By the way, the whole idea of Christ sacrificing himself to wash away original sin, like taking that upon him and through the sacrifice erasing it, that's an ancient idea of the sacrificial lamb, just used for this immense thing. The sacrificial lamb, in one of the German words for that, Sündenbock, which means the lamb of sins. It is the lamb upon which everyone in the tribe puts his or her sins, and then it is sacrificed by the respective priest, so that the sins are gone.
I mean that was the old sacrifices of in the Jewish Old Testament.
Yeah,
It's
but
like
they were not the only ones doing that, but yes.
yeah, no, it's something that has been around to sacrifice to God, and it like with Cain and Abel specifically is like you could sacrifice grain or you could sacrifice your livestock to God, but it depended on what you were willing to sacrifice to God, because the reason that Cain got upset with Abel and God favoring Abel more than Cain was because Abel would give the youngest or the firstborn lamb for slaughter. It was also the most healthy lamb that he would give.
So the most, what that means, it's the most valuable thing.
Yeah, the one of
It's
most
something
value,
that hurts. Yeah, something that hurts giving up.
And Cain would give the moderate portion of grains. Like he would give the grain that wasn't too bad or too good. He would be right in the middle.
So it wasn't about vegetables versus meat. It was about quality.
And then
Yes.
Cain realized his mistakes and sacrificed the most precious thing he could think of, his brother. No, I'm sorry.
That
I'm sorry.
was the first sin.
Yeah, I know. Jealousy.
That's a great joke. There's always a joke somewhere hidden, but sometimes it takes 2,000 years to find.
I just also have very, very dark humor.
Well, I think lots of Buddhists I know have, and I think that's part of understanding. No. I think that's part of just understanding the silliness of the world.
It's also, I don't mean any disrespect about Christianity. I just found that the idea funny.
So he overcompensated.
What did you say, Sarek?
I said, trust me, if you can't joke about it, I'm not gonna get butthurt about people joking about it. What I do get butthurt about is people taking things out of context. That's where I take it. That's where I draw the line.
Yeah.
Well, luckily I'm kind of well read when it comes to the Bible.
Yeah, but just to get a confirmation, or the opposite of that. So the the sacrificial difference between Cain and Abel was not between meat and vegetables, but in the quality of what was sacrificed.
Correct.
Interesting. I've never heard that angle.
But as I remember correctly, also was the devotion. So Abel showed more devotion and
Because
Well,
Abel
love-
was willing to sacrifice more.
yeah, and,
a more valuable part of what he produced.
and thus he quote unquote gained favor with God. It's not that God
Yeah.
hated Cain or anything. He was just Abel was the one who gave more. Well, showed more devotion.
He sacrificed the more relevant, more painful thing to sacrifice.
And thus
I think that's
God favored
that's
him more. And
yeah. I think that's the way to put
Like-
it.
and that's where the whole part of the story where God comes and talks to Cain and is like, "Where's your brother?" And Cain goes, "Am I my brother's keeper? Should I know where he is?" Because he's jealous still,
Your
even
fucking
though his brother
family.
is now dead.
Your fucking family. Yes, you
Yep.
should.
But also then God gives him the road to redemption. To Cain.
A very, very long process of redemption.
Yeah, but it's not that he's outright condemned and can never be
Mm-hmm.
ever again in God's favor. He has a very, very hard, difficult path to redemption, but it's not an impossibility.
Yeah, it just takes up until it was not until Jesus came to the Canaanites that that Cain's descendants turned away from what they had previously done. Or
Yeah,
when
no, I just wanted to mention that because I think it's important, and a lot of
Yeah.
people overread a lot of details, similar to the detail of the apple tree existing in the Garden of Eden, and God, because God is the creator, and the apple tree existing, and he telling Adam and Eve not to eat from it, still gives them the choice to eat from them. He tells them
Yeah.
that there will be consequences, but they are still free to do. They can do it. They shouldn't, but they can.
and
Could
that's
he
where
have
free will comes
intervened?
from.
Possibly. I mean,
He
I would
could've,
say
but
so. Yeah, it's God.
That goes against free will.
So yeah, I think there are a lot of details like that that are very, very important and easily overread.
Mm-hmm.
It's like there was a recent discovery that there's made mention, I think in Joshua, of a Canaanite settlement that worshipped a bull. And it was described in a very specific way in the Bible. And one of the medallions was described as having a bull's head on one side and a falcon on the other.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a recent discovery of a settlement like that. It was a nomad settlement that fit the entire description of what was said in the Bible. And there was a lot of bull and cattle remains in the area and looked to be sacrificed as well. And some coins as well that fit the description of what was in the Bible. And we'd been looking for that settlement for a very long time.
I mean, a couple of thousand years.
Yep. But that's time of Joshua, so that's about 500 BC.
I mean, it's important for people to remember that the Bible has been written. It's not only is it an old book, but the beginning of the Bible, or the oldest story in the Bible in terms of when it was written a long time before the most recently written text in the Bible.
Yeah. The books of Moses, which are the Tanakh, or Torah. The Tanakh is the full book, is the full collection of stories. the Torah was written just after the Exodus from Egypt, which was during the reign of King Ramses II. So, when
Yeah,
did
and also it wasn't written by a single author. I mean,
well,
the Bible
there
in
were
whole,
scribes,
in whole.
and I like that the Bible is not written by a single author because it shows there's the history aspect of it from Genesis all the way up to uh Habakkuk for history, and then there's the prophets. Like Chronicles it's all history. And then you get to the writings because there's a lot of writings that they've done. Psalms, Proverbs, Song of Solomon, which is a very explicit book about sex.
Ooh.
Is that kosher?
Like, it's in the Bible. It's in the Tanakh. It's kosher.
That reminds me in the Bardo Tudor, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, it describes the process you go through after between death and rebirth. And one of the things that happens is that you encounter the different gods, quote unquote gods. They're more representative of certain truths and emotions, and all of them are described as being the god and his wife. Well, during sex. You could interpret, well, it's most likely that they're doing sex, but also they're not, quote unquote, two beings. They're one. Yes, they are husband and wife, but at the same time, they're considered one entity. And I was just reminded of that.
So it's constant masturbation. That's a hell of an image to depict a god of indulgence.
Well, it's
that incorporates both the male and female at the same time. Like it's infinite indulgence.
And it's the weird, the funny, the interesting thing about it is that the them being husband and wife and being one being, I think the aspect of the sex, them being doing sex, or not necessarily, I don't think all of the depictions write them as such, but I think that's the thing that makes them one. As in, that's why they're considered one being, because they're joined together as one.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not seen as weirdly enough, it's not seen as a sexual thing. It's more seen as a spiritual thing of them being one entity that is two. Well, has two aspects to it. Kind of similar to Plato's story of the blob that was once humans who then separated into men and women.
He tried to logic it all.
Yeah, but just as an example of an image.
Yeah, which I think is what Gnostics try to do, and the ones that fail, they end up as these weirdos that basically lead us off the path.
I mean, yeah, but also I think actually a big issue that the Gnostics have is materialism.
Yeah, because they take the material world as too serious and at the same time want to break out of it.
They reject the sanctity of things.
Yeah, and they I think one of the big differences is that so while, for example, Buddhists as well as Gnostics see the material world as an illusion, or rather, the Buddhists see it as an illusion, and therefore the Gnostics say it's a prison. I'm imprisoned here, and with all the suffering and all of this shit, I want to get out of here. I want an end to the suffering, but they don't want to go through the hard work. They want to have it handed to them. One of the things they believe is that once they break out of it and go through the higher spheres, that on that path towards the actual God, that all their vices are stripped away from them. Like that it's passively done. So it doesn't matter that they are full of vices here, because once they escape the prison, they're getting taken away from them anyway, so that only their pure being comes out. Like this, they think alchemical, that the divine gold, the gold, basically, the seed of gold, is inside of them. It just needs to be, all the other stuff just needs to be stripped away. And they do that through constant transformation. That's why they worship the Hegelian dialectic, and or dialectic materialism, and this why they came up with this completely warped and distorted idea about the trans thing, because that's a product of the dialectic. Instead of wanting to understand the actual super rare medical condition that you can make brain scans for, that looks very distinct, and that there are ways to deal with non-invasively, they instead say, well, that's the trans is the synthesis of man and woman, so man and woman are wrong, so we need the synthesis, which is the trans man or trans woman, which is not yet a transhuman, but that's what I want to get from that, because that's the new thesis now. The synthesis is the new thesis, so they will put a new antithesis towards that, and from that then get to the next level, which is then the probably going further into their weird transhumanist idea, which they need and follow in ever growing insanity to deny reality, to eventually escape the material reality. And then they magically get their vices stripped away from them. While the Buddhist believes, as the Christian does, well, you have to work in the here and now on those vices. And once you get rid of that, you may be allowed into paradise, or whatever the iteration of that is.
Also,
like the end of suffering.
I quickly wanted to reiterate, at least if I'm thinking that you're thinking the same thing. When you say the Buddhists believe that materiality is an illusion, it's not the sense that Buddhists reject that there is a reality, more that the construct that we made out of it, the construct of permanence, similar to the construct of ego, that is the illusion.
Yes.
Also, a core concept in Hegelian dialectics is Aufhebung, which I would personally translate in English to deconstruction. It's not literally the same, but in functionality,
because it doesn't pick up and retain anything.
Yes.
It only destroys. So it has a double meaning. And the word
modern deconstructionism comes from that.
Yeah, and the Gnostics, or the Hermetic Gnostics, the social justice people, the socialists, they love words with double meaning, because they can hide what they truly want to do behind the more innocuous meaning of the word they use.
They love to how should I say this? Destroy what words mean.
Yeah, but basically the entire there are words that have several meanings, but
Yes.
and that's another part of the newspeak, which is where they create that sort of stuff. The natural words that have that, they already love, and it's where the whole thing starts, where they start to speak in code, and the entire language, you basically need a thesaurus with what all the words mean next to it, so that you can figure out which of the definitions of this word are they using now.
It's a beautiful thing, the destruction of language, as it's written in 1984.
They're hiding their true meaning behind the words that mean the things they want to say, but that you read with the other meaning of the word. What I want to say is their texts are with all the relevant nouns, verbs, and adjectives, Mott and Bailey fallacies. Every single word is a Mott and Bailey. And now try to read Marx with that in mind, that every word he uses is a Mott and Bailey.
Fucking try to read Foucault.
I don't want to. I have his Analytic of Power on the shelf for 15 years now.
Why do you
I
have
looked
it on
into it
shelf?
back then, and I thought that this is word salad. What the fuck? Like I just flipped through it and then read a few passages here and there. Like, okay, you don't need 12 pages to write that sentence at the end. You can just write that sentence at the end.
And I've heard people, not directly Foucault, but other people, feminist writers, etc. I have people talk about them as, oh, they're using such beautiful language, etc. And then they show me excerpt, and I ask, yeah, but what do they exactly mean by it? And they're like,
Yeah, it's just white noise. It's babble. That's why I call it commie babble. Babble. It's like techno babble in Star Trek. It's supposed to look like they're saying something profound, but actually it's just made up crap to fill the scene. Because if you strip down Foucault to what he's actually saying in Analytic of Power, you will probably end up with 10 to 20 pages.
I mean,
If that.
Didn't Foucault himself once say that to be a successful French philosopher, you have to write 60% fluffy words and a lot of intelligent-sounding stuff, and 40% substance?
I think he's exaggerating when he's saying 40%.
Yeah, but I mean, he
But-
said something along the line that most French philosophers write a lot of fluff and.
I think
a
that's
little
just a
substance.
forward defense for his own sin.
I'm just saying, he himself said it.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing. He knew what he was doing.
He knew he was French.
Yeah, it's like like those doomsayers on the marketplace. They babble incoherent crap, and they hope that somebody falls for it. And that's what Foucault does, and it worked because apparently he found the right code in his fluffy emotional language and his completely deranged metaphors that dazzles the mind of the pseudo-intellectual. Like people with average intelligence or even slightly above, but not enough to see through the facade. They just see the facade and think, this is so complicated. It must be more intelligent than I am, so it must be really good. I just don't understand it. I probably need to reread it until I really understand what he's saying. But since most of it is fluff, it's actually not saying anything, and you're looking for meaning where there is none. It's
I also think that some very intelligent people fall for it because of the exact same reason. Also, because it sounds so. Because also the stuff that you then can actually figure out from all the fluff and babble sounds so neat and organized and pretty, when in fact the reality is harsh and ugly.
Yeah, I think the word I was looking for is pretentious.
Yes.
And I've had these discussions with what is the word? Convinced communists, like faithful communists, socialists.
Convicted. They have conviction.
Convicted, yes.
True comrades.
Yes. And regardless of their intelligence, and it usually jumps around slightly, I would say, if they were under 90, they couldn't read it in the first place. Or wouldn't touch it in the first place. Most haven't read Marx, actually. They have Marx's books on their shelf, but they never touched them. And I think you know what that type of Christian is like. But the ones that then try to make excuses is that, yeah, I read Marx's works, but I didn't understand it all. Like, they admit that they didn't understand it all. But the admission comes with the claim that there must be more intelligent people than me that understand it. It must be good. So, and some of those people I talked with, they are highly intelligent. And they didn't understand it, but they fell for the pretense of intelligence of Marx. Or the profoundness of the text. Like, Marx wasn't entirely dumb, but he was a fraud at the same time with what he did. So what I want to say, just to finish this off, so I have it out of my head. Even the intelligent people, the highly intelligent people that I met, said, I just don't understand it, there must be people smarter because, well, everybody believes this stuff, so it must be good. I'm just not smart enough. Marx must be smarter than me because I don't understand him. That's the words I'm looking for. Which is the entire joke. That's the scam. He writes pretentiously smart while being full of fallacies, contradictions, empty claims. Most of it is empty claims. And then follow-up mistakes on those empty claims. And the people say, because I don't understand it, it must be smarter than I am. Instead of coming to the conclusion, this is bullshit. This can't work. Because they are primed by, I am on the side of politics. If this is wrong, my side of politics collapses. That's why the intelligent people that believe in this don't come out. The few that do, I'm very, very happy for, glad for. And like prominent examples would be people like George Orwell and Thomas Sowell. I think I'm done. I have still trouble to put this into words exactly, but I hope I get it across.
Yeah, no, similar to a guy I know. He's, I wouldn't say we're friends anymore, but he used to be a good friend. He is very intelligent. Extremely, especially when it comes to mathematics. But he has, how should I say? He has this very strong thinking when it comes to my side versus the other side, which led him to become an absolute leftist. Like, some of the stuff he lets out is just pure insanity. He once said that there are Nazis on the rise everywhere, and I just looked at him and was like, "What the fuck are you even talking about?"
Oh, that's a general belief around the left, and
oh no,
I've
no,
people
not,
around
not
me
in
that I didn't
Switzerland.
think that I didn't think were that deep into it. They're starting to believe that there are phantom Nazis behind every bush and tree.
And he also once said that, first off, he absolutely despises America. So he thinks everything in America race is bad. They completely back the police loves killing black people in the US and all that kind of shit. And he also is of the belief that all Republicans in the US want to kill trans people. It's just all that kind of shit. And he's not an idiot, but he's completely, utterly fallen for all of it. And it wasn't that he wasn't like that before university.
Completely eaten up by propaganda. It's
Yeah,
sad.
and then he also it was a couple of years ago, but when I also was at university, I talked a bit about Jordan Peterson when he started to come up, and he then said that Jordan Peterson doesn't know anything about the subject of Young, because his professor for educational studies claimed that Young didn't mean that.
Has he read Jung himself?
No, that's what's the stupid thing about that.
So like he's just going jingoist. The professor I know and like must be right, and so the other one must be bad and wrong.
Yeah.
Fucking pathetic. That's called thought. That's just emotional reacting. That's a lack of consciousness. Sorry, I'm getting right up.
Yeah, the thing is, he isn't stupid. As stupid as he may be, he isn't stupid. If that makes any sense.
Yeah. So he's not lacking in intelligence. He's lacking in wisdom. He's lacking in maturity. With maturity comes wisdom. He's just a very smart kid with lots of bullshit put in his head.
And
that it?
Yeah, that makes very good sense. Yeah, very well put. He also has become an incredibly spiteful individual, which I find the saddest part.
Yeah, socialism claims to be so much about love and compassion and all of that stuff, and instead it only induces absolute hatred in people.
And I mean, you can even see it with stuff that isn't political with him, like when he starts critiquing game stuff that he doesn't like, and he just, when he doesn't like something, whenever you start talking about the thing, he starts just complaining the shit out of it, and that's kind of why I stopped associating with him as much, because I'm just like, why the fuck do I want to bother to talk with shit about you when just the whole thing you're gonna go about is,
Is it
X, Y, Z is shit, this is shit, this is shit, and like, yeah, but I have this different perspective. Like, oh yeah, we may disagree on this, but it's shit, and you're like, all right, then why even talk about that?
is it pessimism or is it just being a contrarian? Or is
I
it
think it's a bit.
nihilism already?
Um, I would. I think it's contrarianism and maybe a little bit of nihilism.
Hmm.
He
So,
seems to think that there's too much, like everything bad.
well, there's an easy way to start removing things by leading with example, but that's
Well,
bad. That
well.
gets you to Naraka or hell.
But Cyrek, you wanted to say something?
You made
I
noises
forgot.
when Crazy said that his acquaintance said,
Oh,
Americans are racist.
oh yeah, that, like, there, there's racists everywhere, bud. Like, seriously, America, you'll be hard pressed to find somebody that is racist in the South, especially where I've been. Like, there are a few, there are a few racists here and there, but everywhere that I've gone, there really aren't that many.
So it's just the
I
Democrats projecting.
uh-huh, uh-huh.
What?
You know where I've seen the most racists?
Chicago.
Aside from there.
New York.
I haven't been to New York yet. I've been to San Diego, I've been to Los Angeles, I've been to Sacramento, I've been to um what's the other big city in freaking California? Uh San Francisco. I've been there. I've been to Seattle. I've been to San Antonio. I've been all over the South in general because I just travel around the South because I like to. Um, but everywhere I've gone, like every major city, including Atlanta, um, there's a lot of racists there, and it's a good 50-50 between whites and blacks being racist, and then there's the Mexicans that really don't like black people.
So you mean the racism is higher in the cities than outside?
Yes,
Why do you think that is?
because people have personal space outside of cities.
Ah,
Everybody hates. Everybody is stacked on top of one another inside of a city, and because of that, you start to feel confined and you want to lash out. And you being surrounded by the same people every day, well, not the same people, different people, because you never know who your neighbors are. Um, except for like maybe a few on your floor in your building that you're living in. But aside from that, you don't really know anybody around town. Where out in the suburban and rural areas of the United States, we all know our neighbors. Like the town that I just moved to, I've gotten to know the bookkeep for bookstore that I go to. Um, I've gotten to know the local game store owner. I've gotten to know my entire local church
oh,
that I go to. Like, it's a congregation of 40 people, but I can tell you who's who at this point now because I've been going for 2 months now. But interacting with those people, I know those people. They know me. Uh, if I lived in a city, I wouldn't know these people very well unless I actively went out. But people in cities don't actively go out to look for interaction. They tend to stay in their home because why would you go anywhere if you have
Why would he go
if you can
outside?
just
He's gonna
order?
get shot.
Yeah. Why would you go anywhere if you're gonna just get shot or robbed or what have you? Also, you can just order food from your phone at this point.
This reminds me of this. There's there has been an example in Switzerland that has been paraded around as the proof that Switzerland is racist and xenophobic, etc. The example is on Sunday morning or something in a bakery. A German came in and asked for stuff in German, High German, not in Swiss dialect, in German.
You mean the robot dialect?
So yeah, the Germans, what you see in Germany.
Middle High
And
German.
yeah, kind of like that. I'm not entirely sure of the detail, but it wasn't a Swiss dialect. And so the baker just lashed out and told him, "Speak Swiss, you fucking asshole." And that was the proof positive that all of Switzerland is racist and xenophobic.
Wait, you can be racist against Germans?
Apparently you can. I mean,
Mind
have you
blown.
looked in the mirror? You're definitely a different race from Switzerland.
mean-
no.
So
I mean,
it's only it only
am I
works in
racist
Switzerland.
for-
No. Wait. It only works in Switzerland at that event because it allows the left to claim that the Swiss are racist.
But the fun thing
In no
about
other
it is
context would it be allowed that you could be racist against a German.
well, the context here is that's the thing. In Switzerland, the thing is we have a lot of immigrant population, like one of the highest. And it's extremely normal that we have a lot of different looking Swiss people because they have a lot of immigrant background. Like we have part of Switzerland is French speaking and part of it is Italian speaking. One part of it speaks a very bastardized form of folk Latin, which is Romansch.
What?
Yes, it's a form of Latin.
That sounds like something that's molding on your foot.
I mean, it's one of the national languages of the four, so it's very specific, special language. So we have 4 national languages: German-speaking part, which has a shit ton of this dialects, and so yes, that's the thing. But we are all Swiss, so you're gonna be the outsider if you're a German, if you're a French, if you're an Italian, or something like that. So the context here. That's why I always find it so weird when people sort of start talking about skin color, because the conflicts we've had, in that sense, never were about skin color. They always were about you're not from Switzerland. And
that's like
the thing, but even then, if you take this one example and people try to prove it, there's a shit ton of people who live here who are happy who are not born in Switzerland. I mean, my basketball trainer is originally his parents from Tamil, but he's one of the most Swiss people I know. And he will fucking punch you if you tell him he's not Swiss. He's a great guy. But the thing is they just took this one example. And my point with it is, sure, it could be that Baker is racist, quote unquote xenophobic and hates the Germans. However, it could also be that German is a fucking asshole, and just today he was the only day where he wasn't being an asshole to the baker, and the baker's had a bad mood and lashed out at him. It could be that the baker had a shit mood and just lashed out at the very first person with the most offensive thing he could think of. Which, that's my point. You can take any individual example and say it's racism. Sure, it's a plausible example for that. And the one thing I found so hilarious about it is that this was the example that was paraded around as Switzerland being so awful and horrible to foreigners, when in fact 20% of our population are foreigners without a Swiss passport. And so that reminds me of the example with the Americas that you just brought. We always hear from the cities. We only ever hear of the cities news. Like over here in the West, we only ever hear of the examples like George Floyd. Or the other example of a couple of police people beating up a black guy. We never hear the other examples. We never hear the millions of other examples that are different.
I think what is ironic is that the left claims that people just they get less racist when they are just exposed to other people. By seeing that they're just like us. Yeah, that works to a degree with integrated people, with people who want to integrate.
Yes.
But what the left ignores, the left ignores this integration part, and they don't like integration because that upholds the local culture, which is what they want to get rid of, which is why they don't want immigrants to actually integrate. And then you get then the types of immigrants they bring in, they're not the good ones that you want, that everybody would be fine. We see that in the crime statistics.
I say it again, look at France.
Yeah, when your only exposure with foreigners is that they're horrible people, then you will be conditioned into a threat detection pattern that tells you people who look like that mean trouble. So I don't want to associate with them. I don't want my kids near them. I rather move away, for example. That is then xenophobia produced by the left by doing immigration wrong.
I also reminded of another thing that actually happened recently when we were celebrating the birthday of my mother. When they suddenly came the topic of the Supreme Court decision. And, how horrible and racist that decision was. And then I explained to them the one about affirmative action.
Oh, you mean the unconstitutional racist thing that was implemented?
Yes. That's the thing. That's
the one that would be completely unconstitutional in Germany to do.
That's what I explained to them, and they were all like, "Oh yeah, that makes sense. Discrimination isn't good." But in the news, you would never hear the honest truth. And I think the other Supreme Court decision hasn't even arrived here yet.
There's been 3 Supreme Court decisions. This decision to remove affirmative action, the decision
Racism.
to uphold what is it called? Right to refuse. So businesses can refuse service of any kind to whoever they decide shouldn't get their service
without reason given.
Without reason.
Genocide of LGBTQ.
And they also shut down universal healthcare.
Oh wow!
Saying, yeah, no, you're responsible for your own debts.
Oh wow!
Oh.
No NHS for the US. Oh,
yeah.
Based.
So sad.
But funny enough, we have a mixed system.
We too. I think we're the only. There's only 4 countries with a mixed system. No, healthcare.
Mixed economy.
No, not about economy. Our healthcare system is a mixed one.
Obamacare kind of counts.
For example, in Switzerland, legally speaking, you have to have an health insurance, and the state offers you health insurance. You still have to pay for them, but the state offers you, if you have trouble paying or trouble getting one, the state offers you ways to get one that you don't have to pay as much for.
Yeah, if you.
And then there's also in that sense, everyone has access to healthcare. However, there's also competition between different companies, because I switched health insurance because the other one had a better offer. So I could switch.
Yeah, and we have the public in Germany. We have public health insurances, about 400 of them, and they can't refuse you. Like if you want to change to another, you're only barred from that if you are currently in some program. If you are currently being treated for something. And we also have private health insurance companies that work a bit different, and they are in competition with each other and the public health insurances. But the state will not. The state will not help you get into a private health insurance.
It wasn't
Most of ours
healthcare.
are private.
Healthcare is up on the docket, though. It was universal healthcare is on the docket to be shot down. It was college debt forgiveness that was shot down.
Oh yes,
right.
Very good.
Yeah. Also, well, the one thing that I find funny is that's college debt is a concept that basically doesn't exist in Switzerland, because while yes expensive, it's not as expensive. It's like what was it? $800 per semester.
We were at that level at some point. I don't know what the current numbers are.
Also, one thing I want to say is that the one health model we have is the so-called Hausarzt model, so house doctors model, that you have a doctor, a doctor that you always go to, has all your medical information, and then if you have something, they sign off of it, off on it, and if they sign off on it, your health insurance is going to pay. Which I
Yeah,
think
that
is also a very clever model, because you always have the same physician. You see the same physician, you know them personally, they know you, well, not privately, but personally. They know about your medical history, they have all the information, and every time they send you to a professional, a specialist, for example, I recently had to go to an eye doctor, before that I had to go to the urologist, all of the information, all of the stuff that they find out and they treat me for, they send that back to my house physician.
Yeah, so that you have your file in one place.
Exactly.
yeah,
And
that's
signed
like
off with that, health insurance is going to pay. There's some part where I have to pay to a certain amount of money, I have to pay a part of it. I think it's 10% or something like that. And once I
that's
reach $700, I only have to, so until $700, I have to pay these $700 as part payments, and from that point on, I have to pay less and less, and my health insurance takes up more and more.
Yeah,
that's
It-
like
it-
the insurance over here. We do the same thing. You pay a percentage of what your health insurance doesn't cover. That is it. And also, like my sister recently had a baby, and she's going to the same uh pediatrician that we grew up seeing, that we all saw up until we turned 21,
oh
whenever
wow,
she couldn't see us anymore.
wow, that is so old school. I love it.
That's basically how the doctor's model works in Switzerland.
It's technically how it works here too. Just when you have a couple weird ones, then it takes a while to find one that works with you.
But
It
you
also-
also got to remember, I'm from a small town, so everybody knows everybody, and we
Yeah.
trust our doctor.
And that probably also puts some pressure on the doctor to not be a weirdo.
I have to say, I'm very lucky with my doctor. She's a very great physician. Like as soon as I mean, I have a long history in mental health issues, and she knows that because she's on my files. And even if I just offsidely mention asking her something, maybe because I was then going through a bit of a stressful phase, and asking her if she knows something against stress, and she immediately asked me, "Oh, do you need more help? Is there some problem? Should we get an appointment with a mental health specialist?" I'm like, no, it's just a bit of stress. But like, she's a lovely woman.
Oh, that's sweet.
It was strange seeing her for the first time because she has a genetic defect which makes her have literally zero body hair.
Wow,
So no eyebrows, no eyebrows,
no eyelashes.
no eyelashes,
Oh.
no hair, no hair on the arms.
That's a weird genetic
Oh,
defect.
wow.
The, I've known two people
the lack
with
of
that.
the lack of eyebrows and eyelashes, especially, that's what triggers the uncanny valley effect in people. So that's really sad that hit
Yeah,
her.
but she's a great doctor and a very lovely woman. I sometimes see her at my job because sometimes she likes to visit the museum I work at.
Nice. This little
That's-
excursion, by the way, brings me to one other point I want to try to cover here, and
It was not entirely unrelated to everything we've been talking about.
yeah. But you'd be surprised. Where one oh I hit a button. I hope I didn't destroy anything. We're still here. Cool.
Germany hasn't blown up yet.
No, I don't have that button. I think Merkel kept it under her desk and took it with her. And then she's just secretly stroking it in her chair because she has no cat or children.
Sorry to interrupt, but that just reminds me of the one game where you play as Stalin and you have to keep his stress level down so that his finger doesn't get closer and closer to the red button.
That sounds amazing.
I have to send you a video of that game.
Oh God. Great. So where was I? Right. So we're talking about core values across religions and philosophies. So apparently, don't kill or don't murder is has a lot of overlap in many places. being truthful is another, though I think that's such a big topic. It's something for another time. But another one I want to get at is which is often overlooked, is don't kill is I'd say not the highest. Doesn't come across like it's the highest value in the heathen religion in Norse mythology. However, there is something else, and I can assume, Crazy, that you know what in Nordic, Germanic, Celtic culture was seen as the highest good.
Isn't it hospitality?
Yes. Even when your enemy comes to your house and asks for hospitality, it is seen as a bad move to deny it. And to hospitality, there are two people in order to fulfill it properly. That is the one who gives it and the one who receives it, the one who asks for it and who receives it. If you insult the hospitality that you receive, that's also a great sin, just as much as being bad at giving hospitality. Even if you only can offer only a little. It's like in the Odyssey, when Odysseus returns to what was his island? Ithaca. When he returns to Ithaca, and first he comes across his old friend. Friend is probably the wrong word. But let's stay with that. And he comes to his old friend, but he is in disguise. He looks like a beggar. He looks like an old man. He has a spell on him, an illusion by Athena, and so he doesn't recognize him as Odysseus, but he gives him hospitality. He gives him a bed. He shares his cheese. He shares his. Does he have wine? I don't remember. But even though this meager farmer shares what little he has with the beggar who comes along, and they talk, because since he also lives alone, sharing stories and talking, that's also already something you can give back. And Odysseus in disguise also then helped work on the little farm and work on the olive tree. So this concept of hospitality you have outside the heathen religion as well, but it is an extremely highly valued thing. And one of the greatest crimes it was a Scottish story, I think I've heard, where people of the other clan, like the enemy clan, they were at war at the time, asked for shelter. It was given, and then in the night, the enemy clan that was given shelter, it was just 2 or 3 people, was just I think husband and wife, then murdered their caregivers, their hosts, and that is basically the biggest war crime in that sort of culture. Now the question is, how is that seen elsewhere? Cyrek? What value does hospitality have in Christianity or in the Bible stories?
So I was actually just looking into that. There was the story of Jesus sending out the 12 disciples into the lands to reclaim the lost sheep of the house of Israel, and he tells them, whenever you're doing your works, whenever you're cleansing the lepers, whenever you're raising the dead, whenever you're healing the sick and casting out demons, don't take payment. Be courteous, eat with the families that allow you to stay in their homes, and acknowledge their hospitality. But if those that would send you or that would deny you, paid them no mind and essentially turned the other cheek because they've made their choice in what they're going to do. If they do not, if you're continuing to do the work and they see you and they have a change of heart, let them repent. But yeah, be being hospitable is very in line with what we're supposed to do because that's why we have orphanages. That's why we have food banks. That's why we have all these different charities that are Christian run because we want to freely give to those in need. And it's like if a church denies you for who you are, like say the most extreme example, because I was talking about this with a friend earlier. Say a pedophile comes in to the church and repents of everything, and they say they'll never do it again and everything else. It is the duty of that church to take them at their word, but at the same time keep a very watchful eye on them. Never allow them around the children, and keep them within the adult congregation. That is what you must do. You're being hospitable, but within reason. And once they've shown that yes, they're fully repented and everything else, you still kind of have to be wary because you can fall back into sin at any point. But taking in the sick, taking in the needy, that's a core foundation of Christianity. Being hospitable is a core foundation. Yes?
Sorry, I'm cooking tea and I don't want I don't want the water cooker to get into the mic. What about the Abrahamic story?
Sodom and Gomorrah.
Kind of important.
Yeah, Sodom and Gomorrah is a good example of hospitality. Though, not in. There's a lot of issues with it.
Can you give me a quick
what
rundown?
Abraham's doing? Or no, it's Lot. Lot is the one that has the angels come to his house after Abraham and is told to leave Sodom and Gomorrah. Whenever Lot is sitting there with the angels, and the men are coming out and asking to sleep with his guests, Lot is being hospitable and like giving the angels whatever they need and everything else. But whenever the men want to lay with the angels, Lot's like, I bid you please don't try and lay with my guests. Here, have my 2 daughters instead.
Oh God, this is like.
He's basically saying this is not a hentai with angels in it. Take my daughters.
It's
His daughters.
it's also a form of
his daughters were,
sacrifice, a horrible form of sacrifice by, hey, these are divine beings. Can we please not make God mad?
Maybe
Yeah.
he was just so confused about the logistics of sex with the angels, given how their anatomy works, that he was like, I don't want to trouble with it. Here, take my daughters.
Well, you gotta remember, the angels were in human form. Angels are creatures. They can take on human form, like God can take on human form.
True.
It just.
But
Don't
what a
upset
what
God.
a horrible
Don't
thing to
try and
do!
lay with divine beings, please.
Yes, I'm not intending on it, but don't sacrifice your daughters.
Yeah. The angels are like, Lot, don't worry about us. We'll be fine. Just get your family out of here. We're not gonna stay that long. We'll stay the night. We'll see you in the morning. Get out of here and don't turn around whenever things happen. And then God smote Sodom and Gomorrah, and the wife of Lot turned around and became a pile of salt. because she witnessed the might of God cleansing the world.
God was so salty that it affected her too.
But yeah, being hospitable to your guests in the Old Testament is to be not only courteous, but also to emulate God, because God is the Lord of hosts. He is hospitable.
He was hospitable to Adam and Eve until they ate the fruit.
Yep. It's whenever you do something that wrongs the host is whenever the host can kick you out.
Right.
But yeah, hospitality is a core foundation.
That reminds me of a custom in Zen Buddhism, which is not specifically done in the West, but is done in the regions of Tibet and exile Tibet, is that they always have when they have leftovers or food they will not eat, they will offer it to the spirits. So they will put it outside, say their prayers, offer it to the spirits, leave it outside, and well, they know it will be eaten by animals, etc. But it's about the giving. It's about giving, and it's about just having this natural form of giving something back, or giving something to others that they may profit from it as well, which I think is also a form of hospitality.
I mean, the main core foundation of Christianity is love everyone as you love yourself. Don't bid ill will towards anyone. If somebody wrongs you, within reason, you can don't retaliate. But if your life is on the line, retaliate, please. Please retaliate if your life is on the line.
Just offer the other ass cheek.
That's like what I was saying earlier with the Crusades, is they went through every avenue to try and figure out what justified a crusade, and they had certain rules that they had to follow, and the last one was negotiate. If no negotiations could be held, then you could have a crusade, and it was to reclaim the Christian world.
That reminds me of a terrible joke I once heard. So, the beginning of the Crusades went like this. Pope Urban II just came out of the bath and went to his bishop and said, "Hey, how about we make Jerusalem our Jerusalem?"
Oh God, that's such a bad joke.
Oh, the pain.
I love terrible jokes.
Oh God, oh, no, I must remain steadfast.
The painful groan just very worth it. Both of you going like, ah.
Sigfox in the chat informs us that the Scottish story I refer to was called the Massacre of Glencoe.
Ah, yes.
Oh, yes.
With
the ones
the
with Campbell's
murder on the trust.
Oh, it clicks with you with the name. It's horrible. I'm horrible at remembering names. I only remember.
No, it sounded familiar, but when you say that, because I've seen the Count Dankula video on it.
Yep,
Oh.
the Count Dankula video is how I know it too.
Okay, I haven't seen that one.
He goes
It's
into
such
very
a good
much
one.
detail.
Okay.
He goes in very detail.
Oh, wonderful. He does them very funny. But I haven't seen all of them. Yeah, hospitality. Buddhism. Thank you for digging it up, Cyrek. Crazy, how would you put the importance of hospitality in Buddhism?
I think it's not like there's these. How should I say? Because one of the core concepts of Buddhism is very similar to the Christianity, is that you should be compassionate to yourself and others.
Mhm.
Love yourself and others, and freely give as if it was the most normal thing to do. Hospitality is a very, very moral thing to do. It's something you do because it's a habit. It's
Mhm.
good to do. It's not just good to do, but it should also be a habit of you to be hospitable.
Yeah,
Because you wish only good upon others. If they wrong you, you can protect yourself, but it's still about being compassionate, helping others to achieve enlightenment.
the way I understand it in Buddhism is it doesn't need special emphasis
Yeah,
because
that's kind of what I want.
yeah, because it's a logical consequence of everything. That's why it's
That's
this
what I meant
natural
with.
it's this natural thing to do. You don't think about it.
Yeah, that's what I meant with. There's no specific rule about it. It's just you just do it.
Yeah, and in the tribal culture of the Nordic, Germanic, and Celtic people, and those similar and next to them, hospitality becomes a natural, or not a natural, but a necessity to keep the peace.
Also,
I mean, how that
for
was with Native Americans.
a good example you can find of that is if anyone is interested, you can read the Havamal,
Mm-hmm.
which is a Nordic, Old Norse poem about hospitality and about so-called I don't know if that's an English word or just a German word, Knicke. No, the way you should behave.
Knigge
Not in
is
this,
the German is
not
Knigge with double G.
yeah, not in the sense the way you should behave morally, but the way you should behave in the sense of politeness.
Yeah, there's this I don't want to say distorted, but this fancy noble version of Knigge in German that is about the how the nobility sits and what fork to take when, and that's
Yeah, that's
a bit
kind
of a
of
different. It's like the extreme modernized
it's the
version of
extreme
that.
yeah, it's the extreme version of that, but it's kind of a good picture of how to explain
Yeah,
the word Knicke.
yeah. Oh, Havamal also has my favorite stanza in the Edda. I think it was 118. I think it's 118.
I really like one of the earlier ones. I wouldn't know the number, but it's those wisdom is required for those who roam widely.
Just
I like that one a lot.
Where is it? Where is it? That's not it. That's the Hobbit. Yeah. Havamal. Oops.
I have it somewhere as well, but I don't know
Yeah, yeah.
where exactly.
But
Right now.
Havamal is wait. Oh, wait, no. Did I mix it up again? Yeah, I keep mixing up Havamal and Vafthrudnismal.
You cut out which one?
Havamal and Vafthrudnismal.
Ah,
No, it is Havamal. 118. English translation. And this is Odin giving wisdom, basically, or asking Lord Fafnir to give him wisdom. So Odin is in disguise, as he tends to be. And one of the wisdoms is, I saw a chap wounded high up by a wicked woman's words. An insidious tongue took him to his death, and there was no truth in the charge. I think it's sunk in.
yeah.
So what does this little stanza tell us from this probably at least 2,000-year-old story?
Words have power. No, but
Yes. That's one way. That's one thing. Should I repeat it?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. I closed the book. At this point, I should know it by heart. I so. Oh no, okay, my first mistake, it's not Fafnir who's asking. But anyway, I saw a chap wounded high up. Wounded also usually stands for mortally wounded or dead or hung even. So I saw a chap wounded high up. So in this case, it means he's hanging from a tree. By a wicked woman's words. An insidious tongue took him to his death. That was the weapon. The weapon that killed him was the insidious tongue. And there was no truth in the charge. So the insidious tongue accused him of things that were not true.
Which caused his death?
He killed himself.
Well, yes. I also think there's a possibility that he might have been hung by others.
Yeah, in the translation you can interpret that. From what I know about it, it means that he killed himself because the what is it? The gossip, the accusation, the defamation made it irrecoverable for him to redeem himself, and he found himself in a situation where he is where he basically his life is destroyed, and nobody believes him. Is his best friends, his family, he's cast out. So his life is completely destroyed by lies from other people about him, and that leads to his suicide. Does that sound like a familiar story?
Possibly, maybe.
Sick Fox in the chat has it right, I believe.
What does he say?
Made me think of Me Too. It's an ancient curse.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, it is why defamation, slander, libel must not be bound to monetary damages, like that you have to prove monetary damages for that. It is a crime by itself because it is the most insidious weapon on how to kill people, because you kill without a physical weapon.
Without honor.
You could say that, yes. Well, is there any honor in killing with a lie?
You cut out.
Is there any honor in killing with a lie?
No.
No.
Killing with honor is killing open with honesty and by the rules that are set up, and lies can never be part of that. That's the simple truth of that.
Simple is.
Yeah, strange that people 2,000 years or longer ago knew that, and I'm pretty sure the Bible has stories about that.
Well, but Wisp, you have to see the difference between now and 2,000 years ago is that socialism didn't exist then.
I'm pretty sure it did. In some way it had to.
It was more of a joke. Yeah, the concept did. It's just not
Well,
how we think of it now.
You know, the people in Greece that get always brought up by the socialists for, oh, they totally were okay with diddling kids.
No, they weren't.
Yeah, the people, there was a cult that did that, and they were hated. Pederasty was not accepted, and this whole master apprentice system was not that way. What?
Plato even turned back on pederasty. He's like, yeah, no, it's vile. Don't do it.
Yeah. Thank you, Plato. You fucking buffoon. Of all the old guard of the Greek philosophers, I don't like Plato. Like, I don't hate him. I just think, dude, think before you speak.
Oh yeah, Metatron did make a video about it.
Cool. Good to
Thank
hear. Good to
Metatron.
hear.
Like every time I hear the name Metatron, I can only think of the voice of Ada in Zone of the Enders 1 and Zone of the Enders 2. When you obtain Metatron, she always goes, "Obtained Metatron." And she always says it in the same, well, she's an AI, but
Okay.
always in the same tone of voice. And every time I hear the word Metatron, I think of that.
Oh, you poor thing.
Childhood memories,
Yeah,
I grew up with those
So,
games.
Metatron makes good content. He's a bit weird, but in the good way. In the good way.
I like him. He's cool.
Yeah. I just find it weird that he has to display all his old nostalgia video games all the time. But I understand the sentiment. I would want to do that too. So, who am I to blame? Beam in my own eye, I guess. No. Metatron is cool. Good. Then I don't need to go deeper into that. Watch the Metatron video. He's more articulate on that, and probably also cite sources, which I can't do here right now. Yeah. So those people were around, and then there is a philosopher I want to talk about at some point, not today, because I think we need to read that before that, if anyone wants to.
I don't have too much time left today.
Yeah. Not
Yeah,
today
I don't
anyway.
have much
Not
time
today
either.
anyway. But that is one that Cookie Pasta made me aware of that I've never heard of before, because I guess nobody in Germany cares. That is Maimonides, a Jewish, possibly Jesuit as well. A rabbi, Jesuit rabbi combination. I have to look deeper into that at some point.
That would be considered a Messianic Jew.
Ah. And he has written a book called The Guide to the Perplexed, 12th century. And Cookie Pasta translated something from the Hebrew version he has, and that is beautifully done. The how the text is set. But that's something for when we actually talk about it. But I want to get up this one quote from him that is from Moses Maimonides, 12th century. Quote, "All these things which are just said, they are present only in what's spoken by the lips, and not in the head. Even more so, they have no existence outside the head. However, as you know, and anyone who doesn't fool himself knows, these statements are protected by the quantification and aggrandization of words and warping fables, and are reassured by screeching and derogatory statements and many types of dialecticism and sophistication. When the one who says them and claims them in these ways reflects upon himself and his beliefs, he won't find anything but confusion and shortness of hand, because he wants to invent what doesn't exist and create a middle between opposites which have no middle between them." Could you somewhat follow that and get an idea what that might be about?
I'd had to read it again.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's in the server in server quotes. Last entry.
Where is server quotes?
Well, I put it in the DM.
Oh. Ah. Reminds me of some concepts, yes.
Okay. Waiting for Cyrek.
Okay. I understand a bit of it.
What might he be?
I want to read
Yeah.
the full. I want to read the full thing now.
I can understand that. Good. See. This is the bait. You have to get people hooked, and then they want the drug. So, what do you think he's talking about, Cyrek?
It sounds like people making up their own excuses for things.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it sounds like he's describing, is because you can reflect upon your own views and beliefs, like he's mentioned here, but if you don't reflect upon it in a way that you're creating arguments for yourself that would have you in some way doubt, you'll just fall into confusion of your own belief.
What he says is that the people he's complaining about, if they were to honestly reflect upon what they say and believe, they would find themselves empty-handed, because it would fall. What they believe would fall apart because it has no substance. It's just made-up nonsense that they want to, reality
full of
to be.
contradictions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So the last line is especially telling. The people he complains about, he wants to invent what doesn't exist and create a middle between opposites which have no middle between them.
For me, it reminds me very much of the cognitive dissonance.
Mm-hmm.
You see in people who claim many things, never think about them, just repeat what they heard, and then when you honestly ask them, well, how do these things you say combine together? How do they work together? They go like, what the fuck? They basically shut down because it doesn't work. The entire structure doesn't work because it's founded just on things that sound nice when you say them, but there's no foundation behind them. Example being trans rights are human rights.
Yeah. What he's doing is, what he's describing is create a middle between opposites which have no middle between them. Because there are some things where it's just A or B. There is no synthesis between the two. There's no compromise. 2 plus 2 is it 4 or is it 5?
Well,
honest answer, not joke answer.
It's 4.
Okay. The dialectic will say it's neither 4 nor 5. It is the synthesis of 4 and 5. We need to make a synthesis. So the first confusion that they bring up is, oh, both are true, it's subjective. But they will also say, neither is true, we need to make a synthesis, and that is the new thesis, and that is what 2 plus 2 actually is. But there's no, what's the synthesis of 4 and 5? 4.5? 4 and 5? Which would be both are true. But that's not the correct answer. But the dialectic people are obsessed by this idea, because it's the contrarianism. The immature, contrarianism is immature. You can use it as a tool to test your hypotheses, but the common contrarian is just immature. He's just against what was just said. He has no position of his own. He has never articulated his own position. So what we then get is 2 plus 2 is 4, and the contrarian will say, no, it's not. Even if you say 2 plus 2 is 5, the contrarian will say, no, it's not, because he must say, no, it's not. It's not that.
Oh, I'm sorry for laughing. It's just the way you said it reminds me so much of the opening speech of BioShock. No, it's not.
Okay.
Sorry, I have an active.
Was that Andrew Ryan?
Yes.
Andrew Ryan was a good man.
The sweat on your back belongs
yeah.
to you. No, says the state, it belongs to us. No, says the communist, it belongs to everyone. No, says the Vatican, it belongs to God. It's just the way you said no. It just reminded me so much of that speech.
Okay, I will claim that as a compliment. Just because it's funny. Yeah, but this is, you see where the obsession with the dialectic goes wrong. And that was long before Hegel. Hegel just made the modern basically codification of it. He did nothing new. These people have been around, and they've been insane ever since. And I think what we should try to, well, the general we, as a people, as humanity, is figure out where did this complete bollocks start in history? Because apparently it wasn't with Hegel. It was before him. Because people have complained about this nonsense ever since. And it's this nonsense that is currently destroying the world. I will go that far and say the world, because it's used on the highest levels of government, of international bodies.
Well, it's used in the currently still most biggest superpower.
But what I think he's complaining about here is a narcissist, which is the immature, the emotionally immature that wants fantastical things, that wants reality to bend to his will, and he's making up crap just for that. And the dialectic is the tool by which he can do that and pretend sophistication. So he's pretentious and fool others, fraud others, into believing his insanity by presenting them with pseudo-logic. And Horn Rabbit turned up in the chat. Hello! He says they can only criticize, they need to destroy the true thing to become the new true thing. Rinse and repeat. Until everything is destroyed and the man can finally realize that he is the true God. That's the Gnostic Hermeticist thing.
Deconstructionism.
Yes. Exactly. You deny what is to replace it with your new fantasy.
It's just not denying what is. You deconstruct or destroy what is.
Yeah, you deny its existence. That's through destroying it. The word deny also has several meanings. It can mean you lie about its existence, or you utterly destroy its substance so that it can't exist, and then put something in its place so that it can't come back. You put your own corrupted thing in its place. And that's what every synthesis of the dialectic is. And so we have Jews who have identified this, we have Christians who have identified this, and we have Buddhists who have identified this as the bad thing. Whether you call it of the devil, demonic, or the dark, it would be yang in the yin yang dichotomy, the destructive thing, the lying thing, the sneaky thing, the covert thing. That's all the strategies it uses. So it is destructive. It is inherently destructive. All the strategies that this ideology, this pseudo-religion and pseudo-science uses, that it always poses as, so it's a chameleon, so it's always lying about what it actually is. It has all the qualities that in the idea of yin and yang are associated with yang, which is the destructive force. And you can't destroy without anything being there. And until the new creation comes out of that destruction, I kind of don't want to wait until then, because nothing will be left once this thing has swept over the world. It's basically replacing truth with my truth, is what Mount Rabbit said, and yeah, that's the subjectivism eroding reality. That's what I mentioned as the third room, where all the subjectivists are staring into random directions or staring at the wall or their feet and say, I am looking at God.
I am bored.
I am looking at the thing. Well, the thing is in the middle, or let's say just the thing. Then the thing is in the middle of the room, and they're looking at the out of the window and at the wall, and they say like, oh, I'm looking at the thing.
The thing is just an illusion, though. Just
Oh God.
yeah, I know what you mean.
Let's not confuse people with that, because
It's so retarded.
yeah. They always take the dumbest and most bad, malicious, destructive interpretation of everything they find in any religion, philosophy, or science,
Or
and corrupt it to their thing. And that's I think that's the part that James Lindsay may not have seen yet. He saw parts of it, but I don't think he has the full scope. I don't have the full scope of it. But I think there are more aspects to it that should be mentioned. Because when I read Deshimaru's book, it hit me like a brick. Like he's basically spelling it out 50 years ago. He's spelling it out 50 years ago, and okay, I'll send you a copy of it, Cyrek. I would have to translate it for you. That would take some time. Okay, no, you said it. You don't have to. Damn it.
Yes.
Yeah. No problem.
Cyrek doesn't read German.
Right, you learned German in school.
Yeah.
I learned poor German in school.
Yeah, please recite the alphabet as you learned it in school.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, O, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, Y, Z.
The X is
I don't
missing,
remember.
but crazy. Did that sound German?
My version will sound a bit different than yours as well, Wish.
Yeah, that's okay, but what he just said is no dialect says that.
Yeah, well.
And
It's
so I'm not mocking Cyrek here, just for protocol.
yeah.
We talked about that. I say his German teacher in school was a fraud, who's never met a German, who's never talked German, never learned German, just made it up on the spot. Because the German alphabet, you speak that you can. There's a long version and the short version, and that was a weird mix of both.
Wait, what's the long version? Is the one with AU?
No. With the long version, I mean the letters are all pronounced strong. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. And then you have the short version, which is more like the letters appear in words, like how you pronounce them in words, which is A, B. There's nothing for the C.
Oh, I never heard the short version.
F is F. I don't know if the microphone is picking that up.
It is.
G, H, I. So the vowels are all long still. J does not have a short pronunciation. Oh, Y. Right, Y. K, L. So there's no vowel on the L. It's just L. M, N, O, P. Q I don't think has one, because it would be like the K, like K.
Yeah.
R, S, T, U. The V doesn't work because it's the V is the V. It has two pronunciations, and one is like F, and one is like W. And then we have the W is V or V. X doesn't work. Y doesn't work. Like it would be it's basically similar to when it happens in a German word. It is usually like the umlaut Ü.
In Swiss it can also be like the E.
Yeah. I think there's one word where it's in German where it's an E as well. And if it's at the beginning of a word and has a vowel after it, it's like the J, like ye. Like Yeshua. And what is missing? Ah yeah, Z is Z. That would actually be Z.
I never heard that there was a long and short version. I only ever know the long one.
Ah, well, that's how we did it in school. Like you learn the proper letter, and then you learn the and with that the.
How my teacher.
What?
My teacher was stationed in Germany during the fall of the Berlin Wall.
Stationed.
And he lived there as well in his youth. And that's where he met his wife, who only speaks German. She does not speak a lick of English.
And he managed to not learn the German alphabet. Brilliant. Should have gotten his wife as a teacher.
Yeah. It would have been like Link U, where it's a natural form of learning it. So somebody's speaking to you in the language, and then you have to pick up on how the words work.
Yeah. Horned Rabbit just blew my mind in the chat. He says that so the first you were presenting, I assume he means you, Cyrek, sounds surprisingly like a Polish pronunciation. I assume he meant you.
Weird.
Unless he's writing now that no, I meant you, Wisp. And then my mind is blown yet again. I need to find some cork to fill the holes.
Well, just so that you heard the Swiss version as well. In Switzerland, it sounds very similar to German, but a bit more umlauts. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z.
Yeah, that's the German one. That's the big German one. And no, Horned Rabbit did mean me. Oh no.
It's just pronunciation-wise, it's a bit different.
Yeah.
Like L, M, N, O, P.
Yes.
It's.
No, I think they're the same. It's just,
And again,
it's
Swiss is a bit a funnier version of German.
I think the tonalities. You said it, not me.
Yeah, I said it because I think Swiss German sounds a bit funny. I mean, if you have words like hochgeraschtli, it sounds funny.
Bless you.
Yeah, it means kitchen cupboard. Or stuff like a bee is bieni, a wasp is vashbi. It sounds a bit funny.
Look, it sounds a bit like a language children make up.
Yeah, that's what I think to myself sometimes too. Which is why I don't think I can take Swiss films too seriously, because the language is a bit. It's not well suited for very serious topics. But
is that why you never had genocidal maniacs until Klaus showed up? Your language.
He's German.
No, he's Swiss.
Klaus Schwab, what?
I thought he's Swiss and studied in Austria, which is always a bad sign.
Oh God.
See what I mean?
Hold on. Where was he born?
I'm looking it up.
Klaus Schwab was born in Ravensburg, Germany.
Damn it!
Ravensburg.
Ravensburg. No, Ravensburg. No. Damn it. Damn, we're doomed. We're completely doomed. A German who goes to Austria to learn.
I find it so hilarious.
It's just the inversion of last time.
But for me, personally speaking, one thing I just cannot fathom how this can be real is that Klaus Schwab looks like a stereotypical German evil villain, speaks like a German evil villain, says the same things an evil German villain would say, and people take him seriously.
And he has a bust of Lenin in his interviews on the shelf.
I mean, it's just his accent.
his
all
mom.
young
We,
members
we, we,
of
will,
our...
we will cleanse the world from the filth by the 17 things we want to do, which 17 is totally not number code for the letters A and G, which stand for argentum, which is silver in alchemy. Yeah, which
We
is
have
which
penetrated
is
all the major governments of the world.
yes.
It's just-
Silver is also the element of the moon, which is the feminine, which is why we are in the age of the feminism.
I just
I
start
can go
laughing
on.
when I hear his speeches.
Here.
We live
here's
in a
why
comic. I say we live in a badly written comic book.
I understand now. I understand now where you got the Switzerland thing from.
Mm-hmm.
His parents are from Switzerland.
Oh, so he's an immigrant.
Oh, shit!
It's your
his-
fault.
his-
It's your
his
fault.
mom-
He was
his
born in
mom
Germany.
His mom specifically is from Zurich.
Oh well, that's not really part of Switzerland.
Can we denaturalize Klaus Schwab?
Just as a quick explanation, it's a common joke to say that Zurich is in Switzerland.
Also, you mean like Berlin to Germany nowadays, California to the United States, Vienna to
Georgia.
Austria?
Yeah, actually very similar to that.
Like the Austrians don't accept Vienna as part of Austria. That was 20 years ago when I was there.
Funny enough, at least it's not our capital.
They claim the people of Vienna
least-
speak High German and they don't.
other-
But compared to
who's
other
the other-
Austrians, they do.
Who's the one with like the weird eyes that look sunken in but also puffy at the same time?
George Soros.
Yeah, that one. Where is he from again?
I think
Hungary.
Hungary. I think he was from Hungary.
He's from Hungary.
You know that the more we say all these evil names, the more YouTube will bury the stream even more.
Oh yeah, shit!
Oh yeah, we're gonna bury the stream.
I mean,
I
it's
just
also it's already buried by me putting Christianity into the tag. So
Yeah.
I just
Did he-
remembered. Yesterday I watched the interview Elon Musk did with the Babylon Bee, and he said that they found that George Soros is actually a term that is quote unquote shadow bans you if you say that. Or that was
Oh,
one thing they
cool.
discovered.
oh wow.
Oh, whoops.
I don't think it was YouTube; it was some other platform. But that's one thing they discovered. It's like, oh okay.
Probably. No. Twitter is pretty much good on the George Soros thing now, because Elon Musk has been talking about it, and what platform could it have been? Facebook? Instagram?
I have a
It could be that he
surprise.
meant Twitter because he was also talking. I don't remember specifics, but the specific context. But he was also talking about some other ghosts they found in the system, like that they found code from 2012 that made people D-ranked in the algorithm, whatever. As soon as something with sucks was in the tweet or the Twitter handle.
Yeah.
So I think it was in
That-
context of that there were some weird things going on in the code that's still there.
Weird. That's really weird. I also need to look at the Twitter source code because that's available now.
Ooh,
Oh.
you can now make your own Twitter with blackjack and
Focus.
Magic the Gathering.
Yeah.
Wow.
and
You should have
VTubers, I
said
guess.
Magic the Gathering and Nerds. Then
I
it would
know,
have been
I
a
know.
good.
I know.
But it's almost time to head out for me.
Yeah, just one more second. There we go. Hello, he's my surprise guest. Now we walked into a bar with a Buddhist, a Heathen, and a Christian. And now we also got a hello.
The Jew.
Hello. This is Cookie Pasta.
Hello.
You know Cyrek, and do you know Crazy Philosopher?
I know them from the server.
Okay. You want to introduce yourself for a second?
Right.
Not quite sure how, but okay. I've been on the server for a while. I met with on a different server, as you can see.
Not about the
And
server, about your background in regards to the topic.
ah, so I'm an Israeli religious Jew, born in Israel, grew up in Israel. Um, Currently studying in yeshiva. Um, if anyone heard of the Heathen program, it's like a combination of army and yeshiva. So, yeah. And I do have some free time on occasion. So during some of that free time, I engage among you guys.
Okay. Yeah, we are about to close down soon, but yeah, I'm glad you showed up after all, and I'm damn. How long did we go? 4 hours. My God.
Yeah, we did quite a bit.
Damn. Yeah, maybe you can give us a crazy.
No, it's just a question. Where in Israel are you from?
We're in
No
Israel.
doxing.
Well, that
No,
I'm
no
not
dogs,
going to say
not
that
an
over
address or
here.
anything, just the region. Because I've been to Israel for a month once.
Well, it is a small country, so I'd rather not say that over the
All right.
internet, at least
No,
not over YouTube. So,
Yeah, so
no, I didn't mean to.
you can clear that in DM.
I didn't mean to reveal your location or anything. I was just curious.
Yeah, just not on stream.
yeah, no, I know, but it's just that small country, so I think.
No, I get it. I get it.
Okay, so we were talking about the several core beliefs of Christianity, Buddhism, and what we found in old heathen culture, mythology, like the Norse, Germanic, Celtic, and those where we seem to have a big overlap is basically don't kill. What was the second one? It's been so long, my brain is draining. The third one.
Adultery, maybe?
Oh god, everybody's drained. The third one
Yeah.
was hospitality. And Cyrek, did you remember the second one? Somebody in the chat.
Wait, repeat. I remember us talking about hospitality. I remember us talking about the commandment of don't murder.
Mm-hmm. I think
we've been all over the place.
I think
We
we had
did quite a bit on the elements, the 5 elements.
Yeah,
we
that
did
was
a lot on Buddhism.
big
Yeah,
lot
y'all talked about Buddhism a lot.
because it's the least known. Yeah. From a Jewish standpoint, how important is and how manifests the idea of don't kill, or killing bad?
How important? Killing people in general? Well, from what I've seen so far, it's something that is taken very, very seriously to the point that, well, I didn't study the Talmud of Masechet Sanhedrin, which basically deals with courts and whatnot. But for example, according to what it says in the Mishnah, in order to in order to put someone to death, you need like 23 expert judges, and and then you need like a majority of at least 2 in order to actually reach a verdict of okay, we're going to put the person to death. And then after that, there's a period, there's a time gap, whatever, when they're taking the guy to be executed, during which it can be solved. There can be the trial can be resumed if someone stands up and says, "I have something to say in favor of so and so." It's not something that is taken that is seen as something that you do lightly.
Mm-hmm. So that's the state doing it. That's the state. That's death penalty by the state.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what is in
regards to?
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about individual people?
Yeah.
Unless it's like self-defense, or you see someone who is chasing down someone trying to kill them, you're not supposed to do that. As in, there's also if a thief breaks into your house and and breaks into your house at night, and what do you do then? Then there's the whole thing of they come into the house armed, knowing that they might need to kill in order to get what it is that they're stealing. But except for a few situations, then you're really not supposed to kill, and if you do, then you can suffer serious consequences, like being put to death.
Mhm.
At least that's how it used to be when they would still put people to death. Kind of ceased with the Roman Empire, because the Roman Empire did not like local courts doing that type of thing, so things were changed.
So the Roman Empire had an impact on Jewish societal practice.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's also that people used to walk around with Murex blue in their teeth, like sort of thing with strings coming out of its four corners. The Romans banned it because it's the same type of snail that is used for making Murex purple, and only the emperor was allowed to do that. Now it's kind of coming back, but yeah, the Romans had a huge effect.
Mm-hmm. Just because I think I just didn't hear everything clearly from if it's the connection or the microphone. So when somebody breaks into your house in self-defense, you can kill, but you should try to get around that. Is that how I understood that?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, it sounds rather peaceful. Relatively.
Yeah.
So, just as a general question, so in generality, would you say killing is seen as immoral, however, sometimes necessary?
Sometimes it is the moral thing. Like, for
Okay.
example, you see two people chasing each other. When let's say you see a guy running down the street and another guy running behind him with an axe trying to cut him down,
Yes.
then you need to do what you can in order to stop the guy with the axe chasing him down. And if to do that you have to kill him, then you kill him.
Now you have one guy running away and two guys running with axes behind each other.
It's like a Tom and Jerry skit.
Yeah.
No, I know what you mean. Yes,
I'm sorry,
that's kind of was my question. Yes.
Yeah, I don't want to make fun of it, but it's the example can get out of hand, I think.
Yeah. Which is another unique situation. Even then, there are people who say, if you could have just maimed him and not killed him, but you killed him anyway, then you suffer the consequences for murder. But
yeah, that's kind of what I meant with necessary. That there are situations where it might be necessary.
Yeah. It's also, I think, the thing that would express it the best with regards to how serious it is. It is one of these things that if someone let's say someone points a gun to your head and tells you, okay, you're going to murder this person, you take the bullet and you don't murder him. And there are only like two other things in Judaism that sometimes, and sometimes a third, it's complicated, where it's like that. Because the way I see it is that, well, you can't live in the society if you're just killing it off all the time.
Yeah. Yes.
That is an approach to see it, yes. So I honestly forgot the second big topic we talked about, but we did talk about hospitality being it's the highest custom, right, law, whatever word is applicable there, in the Norse, Celtic, Germanic cultures and some neighboring ones. In the Bible, it is mentioned in various stories, and in Buddhism, interestingly enough, it is not explicitly mentioned because it is seen as apparently just a logical consequence of what you should do anyway. So it's not
a natural conclusion.
yeah. So it's not spelled out because of that. At least I don't remember it's being spelled out anywhere as like this specific thing to mention. Do you know anything specifically from Judaism about this topic, hospitality?
Well, as you said, it is mentioned in the Bible. It's not like the highest, in Celtic and Germanic paganism, but I will tell a story that I heard from one of my teachers once. That there was I don't remember the story exactly, but basically there was a homeless guy who needed a place to sleep and asked to stay the night, and it was Jerusalem, and it was winter, meaning it was raining. It was raining. It was cold, strong winds, etc. So I think it was that initially the wife was a bit wary of it, but then the husband and my teacher said, "Yeah, but now we're really doing hospitality." And yes, the guy was smelly. Yes, the guy didn't have any table manners, and it wasn't necessarily that pleasant to have him. But he was there for a night, and then he went off the next day, which is when they talk about hospitality, and I mean true hospitality, what is not, oh, I'm just having my friend over. It's like someone needs a place to stay, and you're giving it to them. It may not be pleasant, but you're providing them with it anyway. Though there is after a certain amount of time, shouldn't stay, as in, I think it's like 3 days or something like that.
Don't exploiting that the hospitality is
Yeah.
not exploited.
Yeah.
As yeah, we mentioned that there are two sides to hospitality, and that is the one who provides it and the other one who receives it, and they both have to abide by unwritten rules of mutuality.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else you want to mention?
With regards to the guide for the perplexed quote that was brought up here, that I
Cyril, you can speak.
Oh, I didn't want to interrupt.
That's nice.
I was gonna say I have to head out now.
Okay.
All right.
Very sadly, I actually also have to head off.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll just mention, I guess, in like a sentence and a half, if I can. The book it's a Jewish theological book, but sometimes when I see something that is more categorically correct, or a logical tool that could be applied in more than one place, then I present it, and I felt like this was one of these things, because this is a logical tool that he uses, yes, to get towards a certain point in the book, but even if you take it out of the book, this holds a truth of life in and of itself, which is why I brought it up and presented it. It's not just, I think then he was dealing with local heretics or other religions and whatnot at the time. Today it has other applications as well with regards to, I guess, the socialist epidemic.
I would say I would summarize it as it's a point of fundamental truth against a fundamental lie.
Yeah.
It's the most blunt way and extreme way to put it. But since everyone has to hop off, thanks for Cookie for dropping by. Next time, if we do this again, maybe we can talk about a prepared topic, like get some chosen texts before, so that we are on the same page on something. And if you want to suggest anything in the comments, I'd be super happy about that.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. It was fun chat.
Yes,
Awesome.
it was.
I'm happy.
I didn't realize it was 4 hours.
Yeah, same.
But
Okay.
I'll be seeing y'all.
Yeah, have a good time.
Have a good time. Bye.
Right.
Bye, Wisp.
Bye, Sarek.